Over the past year, we traveled the country visiting American farms, and something great came of it. All because Reagan and Massey gave farmers a platform to share the history, the business, and the people that together have created their farm's identity. This project has uncovered the reality of what many farms in the country have to go through, and it's been long overdue. With our country losing an average of 28,000 farms a year, what better of a time to tell the stories than now? So we'd like to thank you for joining us on our travels and inviting these farmers into your living room, just as they have done for us.
So happy to be working with Farms of America during the final 7 games of this Iowa football season. I'm Corey Brada, your host, and as always, we're going to be joined by Coach Don Patterson here shortly to talk about Iowa's 25-24 victory over the Penn State Nittany Lions. What a game. So many things to talk about. It has been an entertaining season. I think basically there's not a game I can recall. Maybe the UMass game, Albany was kind of weird, but there's really not a game maybe other than UMass that didn't have fireworks, that didn't have something that was sure to create buzz and controversy and talk. And this game really was a microcosm of it all. The difference between this game and the other close games Iowa has played in this year is Iowa won tonight. Put it very simply, they won. This is their first close victory of the season. If you want to qualify the Rutgers win on the road as close, you can do that. That's fine. But this is their first one-score victory. And I really don't know how they did this because, man, you look at the notes, and I got some notes to share with you, with our callers, with Coach Patterson as we await his appearance. And by the way, Coach Patterson was at the game. So I warn everybody in advance, there are some things that you're going to get on television. There's some things you're going to get in person. Hopefully, Don and I can kind of zig and zag there and bounce off one another as it relates to different perspectives there. But from the very beginning tonight, this was a game of mistakes, miscues, lapses in judgment, in my opinion. And yet, they found a way down the stretch. Should have been by 3, but they found a way down the stretch. It's very rare, and again, data-wise, Don is going to be a much better asset in this regard. But it's very rare for you to find any college football team that overcomes giving up a special teams touchdown, an interception on your own side of the field, which then resulted in a touchdown, and then the chasing points thing. If you're not familiar with that phrase, that terminology, we'll get Coach Patterson's perspective because he's a former play caller. He's also a former head coach. And I believe what Iowa did in the third quarter by going for 2 when they did was chasing points. It was too early, could have easily come back to bite them. We'll explain why here if you don't already realize why. We'll talk about that as well. But the bottom line is a win's a win. 25-24, the Hawkeyes survive an unbelievable effort from Terry Smith. And I think Terry Smith deserves a lot of credit. Yes, it's easier to say that when your team wins, right? But I have been saying all week that I thought Iowa was going to get this team's best effort. At the same time, I had Iowa winning this game. I actually had Iowa covering the 3.5, particularly because of the recent coaching change with James Franklin. It's just a quick turnover. It wasn't like the change was made during a bye week. You also have some of the senior leaders on this team, one of which, one of their offensive linemen, I guess I don't know if he's a senior, their best offensive lineman was out today. I thought that would really help hurt them offensively as well, especially with the first start of a new quarterback in Ethan Grunkemeyer, who I thought played pretty darn well tonight. But also some of the verbiage that we heard from the Penn State vets during the week. I just thought this was Iowa's opportunity to seize, and they just didn't do it early. They just didn't do it early. And boy, this game felt like the Indiana game, didn't it? Didn't it feel like the Indiana game all over again? I mean, we can walk through it quarter by quarter, drive by drive, but just start with drive one. Not only was it an interception on Iowa's own side of the field, it was off of a deflection. I didn't get a great look at that on Peacock on the replay. It looked to me like Jacob Gill that would be qualified as a drop. I don't know that ball was ricocheted or deflected or defended, technically speaking. I think it was just a drop. Ball pops up in the air. Great one-handed catch by the Penn State defender. That gives Penn State the ball in plus territory. They're able to convert for a touchdown. Ring a bell. Indiana did the same exact thing, right? Short field, deflection. They score up 7-0. That's a tough deficit to overcome. Now, it's more manageable when you're at home. Nobody's going to debate that. But that is a tough deficit to overcome in a game that you know is going to be low scoring, especially in a series that's always like this. I mean, we very rarely get high-scoring affairs against this Penn State team. And believe you me, we all know this. When it is high-scoring, it's Penn State blowing the doors off of Iowa. See a couple of years, that game wasn't even that high-scoring. I was going to say the game in State College here a couple of years ago, Cade McNamara at quarterback, but I'm even thinking 2016. That was a blowout. 2012 ended up being a blowout at home. So giving up that early touchdown, man, it hurt them against Indiana. You know, they got back in that game. It was 13-13 late, couldn't get over the hump, had a field goal that would have potentially won them the game. They missed it. And then tonight you get down 7-0, and just like the Indiana game, you fight back. In this case, Iowa was actually ahead, right? Iowa was actually ahead prior to Drew Stevens' attempt from 66 yards. And I want to get Coach Patterson's perspective on that whole scenario, okay? We can all have opinions. I know we all do because I heard all of them on social media. They go for the 66-yard field goal with 6 seconds remaining. Let me remind everybody, it was third down. It was third down. So that's a piece of the puzzle. We'll talk about why. But they go for a 66-yard field goal. What does Penn State do? They get through, they block the field goal, and that ball ricochets straight back behind Drew Stevens and right into the arms. It bounces perfectly. Gave me shades of Adrian Claiborne over in Happy Valley in 2009, where he blocks a punt, and it bounces right up into his arms, and he returns it for 6. Penn State converts, gets a touchdown on the final play of the first half. You cannot have a greater disaster at the end of a half than what we saw, and yet it's very similar to what Iowa did. Actually, Indiana was to a lesser extent, but remember what happened at the end of the Indiana first half. Iowa's run defense breaks down at the wrong time. They get, some would say, a phantom roughing the passer penalty called on an Iowa. I think it was Kenneth Merriweather, number 44. They end up giving up points, and momentum killer as you head into the locker room. And boy, at that point, I'm like 14-10 at halftime, and you're just thinking, they're not out of this game. But you could argue they've handed over 14 points. Very easily, you can argue that. I mean, Penn State's offense did next to nothing in that first half. And I give the run game credit. Katron Allen's a really good back. They've got a good front. Again, they were missing one of their best offensive linemen tonight. But that's a very talented offense, with the exception now. I mean, I'm not saying Ethan Grunkmeyer doesn't have talent, but losing Drew Aller hurts you incredibly. And you still have your play caller and Andy Kolanecki. So you knew it was going to be a good effort in that second half with the lead. They ran the ball better, but Iowa found a way off the feet of Mark Gronowski, Kamari Moulton, who we'll talk about. Caden Weegan had an excellent day. Didn't do a whole lot in special teams, but he made some plays on offense, and it's clear Iowa's making a concerted effort to get Caden Weegan the ball in space. That is obvious. We've been calling that for a while. Give Tim Lester credit. I think he's probably the guy behind that. I would think he's recognized with Caden's speed. Even if he's not the best route runner, doesn't have the best hands, there are other ways to get him the ball in open space. That's what they're doing. They're really trying to get him the ball in every different scenario possible. And it really paid dividends. He scored that late touchdown for the Hawks. They got him back in the game. Got him back within, I think, 4 at that time, 5, whatever it was. Do the math. All right, folks, here's the deal. We are going to be here for the next 2 to 3 hours. Yes, I know it's 9:45. It's 10:45 out on the East Coast. Thank you for staying up with us late tonight, folks. Whenever Iowa beats Penn State, it's a big day, regardless of where Penn State is as a program, as a team. So we're going to be talking to you. A big thank you before we get to our first caller. A big thank you to Iowa Smokehouse. They are sponsoring our call line. Also, Big Grove Brewery. If you haven't caught it, we've had a couple of live shows at Big Grove's locations, one being in Des Moines here a couple of weeks ago, one being at the Iowa City location. More coming. We're going to try to make it to as many Big Grove Brewery locations for live shows as possible. So please follow us. We appreciate everybody who has taken the time to come out, support the show, and just listen to, in one case, it was Coach Patterson and I, and the other, it was Tyler Kluver of Washed Up Walk-Ons. But Big Grove Brewery is the official watch party headquarters of the Hawkeyes. Check out all their locations at biggrove.com. And when you visit a Big Grove Brewery for the game or after the game or before the game, enjoy their Citrus Surfer, their Easy Eddie, their neighborhood beer. It's all delicious, depending on what your taste buds prefer. I like the Citrus Surfer. But again, any of the Big Groves open, and one opening recently in Omaha. So all of our Hawkeyes over on the other side of the river, maybe on this side of the river, on the Council Bluffs sides, check out the Big Grove Brewery that just opened recently in Omaha. Again, Big Grove Brewery, the official watch party headquarters and official craft brewery of your Hawkeyes. Also, I alluded to this earlier, but Iowa Smokehouse is with us yet again. We appreciate Iowa Smokehouse. They're down in southern Iowa. They're local. They taste great. Everything they produce is great. Their beef sticks, their jerky. You see their bacon meat sticks. They also have salsas and ketchups. Tasting is believing. Find out how that's the case. Use that code Hawkeyes at iowasmokehouse.com to get 15% off your order. And I'll give you a little hint, folks. You spend $50 in an order, you'll get free shipping to your door. You cannot beat that deal. 15% off the top, $50 order gets free shipping. iowasmokehouse.com. Stay ready for game day every day with Iowa Smokehouse. And of course, Brad Van Meter and his team down at State Farm. Call him first thing Monday and see how Brad can help you and your family save money on insurance. 515-256-6480. 515-256-6480. Check out his website, www.bradvanmeter.com. Brad Van Meter and his team down at State Farm. And I hear auto rates continue to go down. And again, just give him a call. I'll get you a free quote, courtesy of his office and this show from the Hawkeye of the Storm. All right, back to our result and our game. We'll talk to our first caller. Let's get our first caller locked in here. Thank you for calling Iowa Smokehouse, our Iowa Smokehouse call line. Who's on the line?
Hey, this is Charles.
Hey, Charles, how you doing?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good. Appreciate you having me on.
Absolutely. Appreciate you calling in.
So just a couple of things I'll just bring up, if that's okay, and then get off and let you guys discuss. Okay. One thing, or I should say one of the things I'll bring up is the clock management in situational football, particularly the 2- and 4-minute situations. I know you brought this up, Corey, with your question at Kirk's weekly presser, but I truly feel the intent of your question, unfortunately, went right over his head. And to me, that shows that lack of emphasis given to that specific area, particularly in practice, which to me correlates with the second item, I guess, is I understand Kirk's formula to being a consistently good football team, run the football, play good defense, special teams, and avoid turnovers. But when you have opportunities to be an elite football team, we don't seem to have the experience or wherewithal to take advantage of those situations. To me, I don't want to just get to a Big Ten championship game. I want to go win it. And lastly, I hesitate to bring it up because I think Phil Parker and LeVar are kind of the core and soul parts of our team. But there are plays and situations, not just situations and plays, but series where we get behind. Obviously, the 8 ball because of our offense and what they do, which puts us in a pickle defensively, like particularly fourth quarter there. I know we had the sack on the quarterback getting towards the end zone where we forced a field goal, but there's times where even 6 or 7 plays earlier, I think it was, they were at midfield. I believe we could have blitzed then, not just the delayed blitzes that we sometimes do, but the full-on blitzes to get to him even at that point in time to me, prevent those 3 points even getting on the board. I would prefer more, I guess, comfortable wins, if that makes sense, as opposed to some of these kind of nail biters where it comes down to these last second plays. But anyway, that's just kind of what I wanted to bring up and see what you guys thought about it and discuss it and kind of go from there.
Well, Charles, appreciate you calling in. And first of all, it's just me so far because Coach Patterson is still en route back to his home base.
Oh,
But let me just address, first of all, because I've talked up and down about clock management, but I want to address your second question regarding the
yes.
defense. And you mentioned blitzing. I don't have numbers in front of me as far as per game averages, but it does feel like I was blitzing more often, does it not?
It seems like it's situational to me. I mean, I know that he was a redshirt, freshman starting quarterback. I would have thought, and I see the logic with Phil, maybe to kind of sit back, let our defense kind of play those zone coverages and get him to force a mistake. But when he's not really doing that and he's got time back there, at least initially, I don't want to say he was picking us apart. He obviously had some passes that he was able to complete. But me, I guess, looking at it from a defensive standpoint, and particularly with Phil, I didn't see those initially, particularly the first half. I think towards the second quarter, or I should say middle of the second quarter, I saw it more. I don't, to me, feel like he is blitzing more. I feel like there's times where he situationally will blitz, particularly like towards the end of the fourth quarter, maybe last 8 minutes-ish or so. There were a couple of other times I felt like we just sat back there and really just waited to see what he would do. And I know he's a mobile quarterback, and they were switching guys in and out. And again, I know it's subjective from what I watch, but then there's times where I look at it and I say, man, if it's 3rd and 7 and he's at the midfield, blitz him at that point in time. Don't pull a delayed blitz. Get after him, make him uncomfortable, and force something at that point in time, which we did kind of towards the end there. Got that sack, forced the field goal. But I just feel there's times we could do it earlier and more understand those situational or, to me, critical plays, which would kind of help alleviate some of the nail biters, I guess, or some of these even losses that we have where I feel Kirk plays to not lose as opposed to playing to win. That's just me, though.
Okay, so I will say this, in defense of Phil and defense of what you're talking about, I first of all, Phil's always going to be situational with blitzing. You don't want him to be non-situational with blitzing. You don't want this to be a haphazard, Ask Madden type of defense. I mean, you've got to pick and choose, especially with Iowa being predicated on stopping the run and bending, not breaking. But I would challenge you on this, Charles. Again, I don't have data in front of me. I would love to find this data, and I've got some other questions for maybe Iowa's stats people, but I do think they've blitzed more this year. I think on a per-game basis, I do think so. And I'll tell you why I think they've done it. I think they've done it because of two factors. First of all, last couple games, Jaden Harrell's been out. So I think I think they've been a little bit uneasy at times, perhaps. Maybe they probably never admit it, but I do believe there's a drop-off to some extent between he and Jaden Montgomery. Not saying Montgomery's played poorly, but it's clearly Jaden Harrell's the better option, so I think there's a factor there. And then obviously Iowa's struggled at times at corner. TJ Hall's been phenomenal, contrary to what some Iowa fans will have you believe. But Deshaun Lee has had his moments. So I do think Phil recognizes that, and I think Iowa has sent more pressure for that reason. Iowa typically doesn't get a lot of pressure with its front four. We've been calling for Iowa to have an offensive line where they have a Drew Otter and A.J. Epinesa. And you could argue it's been since the Epinesa era. Like Lucas Van Ness was on the verge of being that, and he was drafted like he was that, but he really wasn't at Iowa. He was drafted, it felt like, more because of his potential and because of his measurables, if you will. So it's been a long time since they've had, one or two really dominant pass rushers. And I thought maybe this year they'd have it. I think Aaron Graves is playing really well. I think Hawthorne and Pace have been fine. I honestly thought that we'd see a little bit more as far as pressures from Ethan Hurkett. But it is what it is. Max Llewellyn, I thought, maybe he'd have a bigger year. It's not like they've been ineffective, but I just think in general, if you're not getting pressure with the front four, you better be exceptional on the back end. And they haven't always been. So I know that we're kind of I'm giving you anecdotes. Maybe I'm wrong. It just feels to me like they've blitzed more. And they're always going to be situational with when they do that. Indiana's a great example of it, right? They sent one too many blitzes that day. They send one too many blitzes. They blitz Mendoza, who's not a freshman young quarterback. They blitz him at a big point in the game, and they get burned for it on a slant that went for a touchdown. So it's I think we can both agree.
That's kind of my point, though, too, is even if you look at that slant with Surratt, we had blitz, we had some fourth down stops through that Indiana game. We played really well, very sound. But there were times, particularly on that go-ahead touchdown with Indiana, and he played off on Surratt. I don't understand why he did that to give him that cushion, particularly if you're going to play bump and run. You're blitzing out. To me, you want to impede that receiver's start off. I don't want him getting a clean get off. I want him to be able to have to fight through me first to let my pass rush get there. So I look at that specific situation, even this one tonight, where I think, I don't want to say it was a similar type, but it was like 3rd and 12 or 3rd and 13, and they get a long pass on us, and I see that they get past our zone coverage and our two deep man. I'm just like, why are we not playing back on this, particularly if you know what the yardage situation is? And that's where I look at it from a situational football aspect, particularly with blitzing. That's why I even hesitate to even try to critique Phil, because he's so good at what he does. And hopefully it's not coming across that way, because our defense has been phenomenal given what we've got and the guys that we have playing. I do agree with you too. I don't think our pass rush has been there. I know we do a lot of defensive end, defensive tackle stunts to try to manifest that pressure, but when we don't get there, we do have to blitz. But sometimes I just think there's times, particularly certain plays, yard and distance, or down and distance, where those things could be a little bit different. I know I'm probably splitting hairs. I don't mean to do that with Phil because he's so good. But I think that with how our offense plays, the kind of predicaments that our offense put our defense in, and me personally, I think Kirk relies too much on that. There's games that we fortunately win that it would not surprise me if we lost, if that makes sense. But anyway.
Well, Charles, I appreciate your perspective, and I'm going to kind of piggyback off your comment once Coach Patterson jumps on here about 2 and 4 minute situations, because we've talked about clock management. So I do want to address that further. Situational football tonight, the field goal at the end of the first half, and we'll bring up the blitzing and how just Phil Parker's overall rating, how Don would gauge the defense's performance, because it was a little up and down there, especially in that third quarter. I mean, we wouldn't have been in that situation had you not had these tremendous gaffes in the first half. But it is what it is. The good news is the defense stepped up when it counted. So, Charles, thank you for calling in, sir.
Hey, appreciate your time. Thanks, Corey.
All right, let's go to our next caller, our next Iowa Smokehouse caller. We've got James.
Hey, appreciate your time. Thanks, Corey.
James, let's see if we can get James. Right, James, okay. But I want to make sure we highlight this. James said,
"Can you hear me?"
I can hear you, and this is what James said.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we have you. At 8:17, James said it's 2 possession. It's over now. Yes. So, James. Hello, James. Are you with us? It's 2 possession. It's over. All right. Something's going on with James's audio. We're going to have to figure that out and come back. I'll rip on James here a little bit later. But James was a little pessimistic there. I'm sure he wasn't the only one. Sean Lilly. Thank you, Sean, for becoming a premium YouTube member. Appreciate that. And folks, for the first time in the history of this channel, we are live streaming on X. So if you're watching, we've got about 1,100 people watching this show right now, which is great. We got about 500 some people on Twitter and about 550 or so on YouTube. So we appreciate Sean becoming a premium member. Same thing with Elliot Foley. Thank you, Elliot, for becoming a premium YouTube member. Much appreciated. And folks, if you are new to the show, we launched a Discord here in the last 2 months. You can join our Discord server. It's just $5 a month or $50 for a year. All you got to do, label your donation via PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App. Label that Discord, folks, and get exclusive conversation with myself, Kyle Spence, more to come, conversation. View it like a message board from the Hawkeye of the Storm message board. And we'll continue this through basketball season. Again, join our Discord. All you got to do is label your donation Discord when you donate, either $5 for a monthly donation or $50 for an entire year. You'll get an exclusive personalized email that includes an invitation to join the Discord server. Again, join our Discord here at From the Hawkeye of the Storm. Let's see if we've got James back. James, are you with us?
I should be good now. Sorry. My phone just absolutely. And you want to go ahead and take all the shots you want at me?
I will. Right here. There it is. You said at 8:17 p.m. it's 2 possession game. It's over now.
When's the last time we've won a 2 possession game?
No,
Been down 2 possessions to 1.
Well, they've won games where they're down 2 possessions. But I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
It has been a long time since Iowa went down the field late and scored a touchdown to win. Coach Patterson's talked about that. Now, whether or not Coach will quantify this as a late, I mean, it was a late game touchdown.
Yeah.
So I think you have to give him credit. But it was like, what, 4 minutes to go, whatever
Yeah,
it
it was
was.
about 5. It was about 5 when we got the ball, and then Mark broke off that big run right away, and
Yeah.
then it was like 450 something.
Yeah. Am I the only one that thought Mark was going to score on that play?
I kind of saw him kind of slow down a little bit, and I was like, yeah, he ain't getting there. He looked like his legs were hurting him at that point. I was like, I think he's done, but
I thought Mark was getting there. When he broke through, I thought he's gone.
I want to give him credit too, because I know a lot of people in the chat were dogging on him, right? But that's just how you just keep fighting, right? And he just kept fighting, right? And made the plays that needed to be made, right? Like that play, and then even the run at the end, right, where he scrambled out to the left, and then slid down, right? But he made the plays that need to be made, whether the passing game was there or not. He made the plays that need to be made in the run game.
I really did not think he looked very good tonight in general.
No.
Like, with the exception being when he needed to use his feet in the second half. I didn't think his arm was very good at all in the first half. I thought he looked a little timid, even when he did run the ball in that first half. He had the play where he slid a yard early. Typically, we don't see that from Mark. I mean, you want to protect yourself as a quarterback, but on third down, you become a ball carrier, become a running back. And that was a critical down. They needed the first down. They ended up punting on 4th and 1. So, I thought he really responded with his legs in the second half. Arm did not look great. Don't know what you attribute that to. Maybe Coach Patterson, former quarterbacks coach, Coach Patterson will be able to answer that. But no, he stepped up with some big plays with his feet down the stretch.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, we can go on and on about the whole 66-yard field goal attempt thing. And I'm not going to get into that because I have a lot to say about that, but I don't.
Well, go ahead and say what you need to say. You're
I'm
here.
just going to say I don't understand. If it was the end of the game to win the game, obviously, if you have 1 second left and you probably don't know if a Hail Mary is going to get there, right, and you kick it at the end of the game, I understand that completely, right? But in the half, what's the wrong with taking the lead in the half, right? Like, and yes, obviously, if you make it, it's different, right? And obviously, that's how everything works in life, right? As a coach, right? If you make it, you're the hero. If you don't make it, you're the villain, right? That's how it works as a coach, right? But also, what's the point of just running in and see if you break off something and not you have the lead at half, right? 10-7, and then you can come back in where you got lucky to have the lead.
Look, James, you know I love you, right?
Yeah.
Look, Kirk will never make you people happy. He will never make you people happy. He will never make. Listen, and I say you people, I'm talking about you as a fan base, me as a fan base. He's never going to make all of us happy because I was saying the exact opposite thing before they started the drive, James. I said, watch, he's going to run the ball, see if he gets something. Like, let's just throw the ball out there. And then he does. And then they do. and honestly, I've dogged on Kirk for not letting Drew try from 60 plus.
Yeah, but he also missed the first one. And I get it was a practice kick, but he missed the first one by 10 yards.
Was he going full leg? Do we know he was going full leg? The whistle blown. Do we know that he was going full leg?
No, but that's still.
I'm just saying, man, you and I both know you can't win in that. And here's what I'll say. Kirk owned up to it beginning of the season.
Yeah, no, he did. I respect him for that, for sure.
I'm not taking the blame away from him. If it was a bad decision, I'll let Don comment on it. But Kirk did own up and said, that was on me. That was stupid. But I didn't think it was a bad decision in the moment. Here's what I thought. In the moment, James, what I thought is, why aren't they using those 6 seconds? Run a quick out pattern. Even if you run to the middle of the field, get the ball down in bounds. And that's harder to do because then you got to clock it. You can't clock it with unless you have at least seconds. But they ran an out on second and ran like 2 seconds off. It was incomplete. To me, run another play. You got third down, run another play, try to get even if it's 4 more yards. There's a big difference between 66 and 60.
Yeah.
And we don't know if Drew's kick would have made it there.
No.
We don't know.
There was a lot of pressure up the middle, and it just got blocked anyways, and that's how it works.
And I don't want to call it a fluke because hindsight's 20/20. But in a sense, it was almost flukish that the ball was blocked, ricocheted straight back, and there's only a Penn State defender who just scoops it up and scores. I mean, that is so you can't predict that. I've watched football probably almost my whole life, James. I can't, and I'm sure some people are going to say, "Yeah, I remember this time when the Pittsburgh Steelers did it against the Raiders," but I don't remember a time when that happened at the end of a half. I don't. So we can say, "Well, that's the risk you run." I mean, it hardly ever happens. Now, it is a fact that it's hardly ever that a coach decides to kick from 66.
Yeah. My point was what was the fact of playing it more safe and then knowing you for sure will have the lead at half. And obviously if he makes the kick, you have the lead at half, right? But I'm saying, like, if you play it safe and just like run a play, though, like maybe run a run. If he breaks it off, he breaks it off. If not, you at least have the lead at half, right? And you escape that half with a lead that you probably played really bad at, right? And you escaped the half with the lead, and obviously you should have had it with the Drew miss, obviously. But you know what I'm saying? Like you escaped the half where you have the lead, and you probably shouldn't have had the lead
I
instead of
think
you
I
kind of
think
messing up.
Kirk would agree with you at this point. I do.
Yeah.
And like I say, I am relatively forgiving for the decision to kick because honestly, James, I would have done the same thing. I'm just being honest. I would have done the same thing. I may have run one more play, but say that next play on third down was incomplete. I think I would have let Drew Stevens kick from 66.
Yeah, and
And
like
then
I
I
said,
would have
it's
looked like the idiot. So
yeah.
that's what I
Like I said, as a coach, I understand it's if you make it, you look like the hero. If you miss or it gets blocked like that, you look like the villain, right? So as a coach, I completely understand that. I was just more like I would have liked to have the lead at half, obviously, as everybody would have, right?
yeah, you would definitely agree.
But uh, but no. And then I just want to give them credit to the defense, right? They made the stop when it needed to be made, and I was kind of conscientious because I did tell you on Monday. I said told you about the running game on Monday, where I said they have a really good backs, right, with Katron Allen and Nick Singleton. I did say that on Monday, right? And I knew how good their running backs were, and I knew how good the offensive line was, right? And this is probably the best running back core we played, right? So I knew it was gonna be a tough battle overall, but they stepped up when they needed to step up, and Deshaun Lee at the end made the play. You know, I don't know how much he actually didn't really see. I thought, to be honest with you, I thought he caught it for a second, touch saw the ball on the ground, right? So I didn't know either or on that play, but they just made the plays that need to be made, and we'll take the win, obviously. But Kirk tried to maybe made a mistake that could have cost us the game, but I'm glad it didn't. So
Good stuff, James. Appreciate you calling in, sir, and feel free to call back in when Coach Patterson's here.
yeah, for sure. Enjoy your night, and obviously everybody be happy. We at least won, right? That's the most important thing. You get the win, and at the end of the day, just celebrate it and make sure you leave a like because I know Corey works hard and does everything for us. So enjoy your night and go Hawks.
Appreciate it, sir. Go Hawks, absolutely. Super chat here from Lomansky. Coach Don, that victory is for you. Thanks for recruiting so many. And TJ Hall. Wow, somebody actually giving TJ Hall some flowers. How about that? Might be the first time in the history of the show. No, not quite. But TJ Hall's played really well. Give him credit because he and Deshaun Lee, people like to bunch together. Deshaun Lee played pretty well tonight. I don't remember a particular play in this game where I would point at saying Deshaun Lee screwed that one up. I can't recall. So, yeah, give him credit because still really talented wideouts for Penn State. Yeah, it's a different assignment because you can't scout out that quarterback very well. They don't really have tape on Ethan Grunkmeyer. So, I mean, defensively, let's just at least acknowledge that. Let's be honest and acknowledge it. I thought both guys played really well. So thank you for that super chat, Lemansky. We do appreciate that here at the show. Jackson, thank you, Jackson. He says, my educated guess on what network will air Iowa, Minnesota will be CBS at 2:30 Central Time, BTN, or it's likely on FS1. So is your prediction, Jackson, based on what? And then also, are you saying if it's on BTN or FS1, will it also be at 2:30 Central Time? So let us know, Jackson. Appreciate you being here. I know you follow this stuff a lot closer than I do as far as TV network stuff, so thank you. All right, and we move to Richard. His super chat, he says, Corey, no matter how you slice this, we have a quarterback that can't complete a pass. The Peacock crew is making jokes about our offense live. So I do appreciate the super chat, Richard. I agree that Mark Gronowski didn't play great tonight, especially through the air. He's not our player of the game. I'll just let that cat out of the bag now. The reason he's not, in spite of his 130 rush yards, the reason he's not is because I didn't think he threw the ball very well. His per completion average was low, but he was 10 of 16. Okay? He was 10 of 16. So to say he couldn't complete a pass, I mean, they didn't really throw the ball downfield much. Not excusing the passes he struggled to complete. And again, I just said he didn't play well, but he was 10 of 16 through the air, 68 yards, did have the interception off a deflection. I don't know that he deserves blame on that one. To me, that's not on Mark Gronowski. I mean, he zipped that ball in there to Jacob Gill, and whether you give the defense some credit there, you got to give the defense some credit, or if you just blame Jacob Gill, I don't really think that one's on Gronowski. So I mean, that's pretty negative. That's a pretty negative comment, Richard. I mean, I really appreciate the donation. Okay, we're back. I don't know how that happened, but to say, Richard, that he can't complete a pass, yeah, that seems a little bit overeager. But thank you for the comment, and you absolutely have a right to your opinion. Blake, thank you for the super chat as well. Don't disagree with the field goal blocked. Okay, so he's Blake. I would like an explanation. You don't agree with you don't disagree with attempting it, or you agree with explain that a little bit. Okay. But I do appreciate the donation. Same thing with Eric. Thank you for the donation. Another easy win. Never in doubt. I think tongue in cheek there from Eric Dale. We do appreciate you, Eric. Thank you for donating to the cause here from the Hawkeye of the Storm. All right, let's go back to our phone line. We have, looks like we've got Jan, but Jan is not connected by means of camera or mic. So we just need a mic, Jan. We don't need your camera. We do need a mic. If you have a question or you want to make a comment, please connect to your microphone and we'll get you on here as soon as possible. Next up, we've got our Iowa Smokehouse caller, Alex. Alex, always early. Thank you for being here, always.
Good evening, Corey. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing a lot better than I was about an hour ago. This didn't look too hot in the early fourth quarter.
So I didn't actually I was able to watch the game / listen. I was at a. Do you know what a diaper party is?
No, but I'm guessing you're going to tell me.
Well, so you know when baby shower. It's a baby shower, but for the guys' side, where the guys bring diapers when we go out, eat and have fun. So it's more for the guys.
Why are the guys? Never mind. I was going to say why are the guys bringing diapers, but go ahead. Just
for the baby.
Okay. All right. Just
so it's the male version of a baby
male
shower.
version of a baby shower. Okay, I got that.
Yeah. So it was a good friend of mine. Him and his wife are due here in November. So
congratulations to your friend. Absolutely.
So, we went to Buffalo Wild Wings. They had the game on, and I actually had the radio playing through an earbud, so I was able to listen to the game. So now, to one comment, the super chat you read about the Iowa-Minnesota game, the time's already been announced. It's at noon. It's a noon kickoff or 11 here in the Midwest. So, but they haven't announced the TV what station it's going to be on. So.
Okay. All right, it's 11 o'clock. Thank you. Was that just announced in the last hour or what?
No, it's been like that for a couple weeks. So I think Chris Hassel.
Wait. Time out. No, it hasn't.
Yeah,
no,
it's been. Yeah, I have like.
Oh, the Big Ten. I don't care what that says. That may be okay. The Big Ten. I can show you the tweet. The Big Ten tweeted out here a few days ago that it would either be 11 a.m. or 2:30 p.m. They just tweeted this a few days ago.
Oh, that's this. I've seen that time for the past few days now. So
okay, well maybe that is the time now. But I'm just saying it hasn't been for a few weeks. But go ahead.
Anyways, but with this win, I think you had said it. You've touched on it, and the two things I want to talk about is about this Penn State team. There's a reason why they were ranked second in the country and a favorite for the national title. This team is loaded with talent. You talk about Drew Aller, granted, okay, he's out. But you look at the running backs, Katron Allen, has been super explosive. Nick Singleton's been that other running back, but he's been really MIA this entire year. You talk about the defense. Now, they did lose Abdul Carter to the draft, but you still think this defense and this offensive line is still very, very talented, very loaded. So I think with the talent between these two teams, I do believe Penn State is more talented than Iowa. My question was, coming into this game, is Iowa going to be able to capitalize on some of the stuff that UCLA and Northwestern has able to do to exploit this team, which is run the ball effectively, which Iowa did both with its running backs and the quarterback. But the other thing is too is, you know, how geared up is this Penn State team going to be? Are they going to be, oh, we lost our preseason goals and aspirations are completely gone at this point. We lost to UCLA. Now we lost to Northwestern. And I got to give Penn State credit because I thought they would, I wouldn't say roll over and die, but I thought they would. I didn't think they put up as much of a fight as they did. So I think this is a good win by Iowa, despite of who Penn State has lost to in their current record right now.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think people were maybe not counting on Terry Smith rallying these guys. We got to realize Terry Smith has been coaching a long time. He's been with this team a long time, so he knows all these guys. He's also passionate about the Nittany Lions. That goes far beyond just James Franklin. He played at Penn State. So I think that aspect of it makes it a great interim decision. Some would say, and I made the comment a couple of days ago, we talked with Mark Rogers, the voice of college football, and I said, hey, I think he's an interim. I think he's a candidate for the job if he turns this thing around. And I was kind of laughed at, like, no, they're going to go for a big name. My response to that is, okay, if he's not even an option, then they should have just went off the wall with some crazy interim hire, like thrown some money at Pat Fitzgerald to finish the season, done something crazy. If this guy's not even a candidate, because the season, like you said, the season's lost. These guys came back and win a national title. But if the approach is, let's see if we can get everything out of these guys, get to bowl eligibility, give them something to work for, I can kind of understand it. Now, if Terry Smith just totally turned this thing around, they go 8-4, or I don't know, the 7-5 would get him in the conversation, but 8-4 might get him in the conversation to be interviewed for the job next year. But the bottom line, I'm kind of going on a tangent here. My point is, I did think this guy would rally them. I just thought there was too much against them. The quick turnaround after Franklin's firing, the fact that you're in Kinnick, it's a place that's traditionally been a hard place to play at night for any team, especially Penn State. You're going with a new quarterback. Aller got hurt late. It wasn't like Grunkmeyer got a lot of time in the last game against Northwestern. So it goes back to the mistakes. I mean, one of the easiest paths to defeat in this game, Alex, you and I both know this, it was going to be shooting yourself in the foot. Turnovers on your own side of the field, special teams gaffes, and they did that. Iowa, in a sense, tried to lose this game. They did. And that's why I kind of came on here and I'm like, I don't really know how they won, because they didn't throw the ball well. Special teams was iffy. In fact, you could argue special teams was really bad. Like, what did they do well? Reese Dakin had a couple of good punts, at least.
I think Weegan had a nice punt return. I think it was about the only thing you could say that was actually.
Yeah, Weegan had a good return, but they didn't do anything in kick return game. Stevens goes, what did he go, 2 of 4, I believe. Not all his fault.
2 of 3. I think he missed 1. I know that. I don't think he missed 2.
No, he missed 1 and he had a blocked field goal. That counts.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Then I guess that counts. 2 of 4.
Yeah. Let me just confirm that. 2 of 4. Yeah. For Drew Stevens, a long of 39. So, I mean, obviously not his best day. Not saying it was all his fault, but it wasn't his best day. And then you have the interception early. They also had some bad.
That interception bounced off Gill's chest. It hit him like right here, right in the numbers.
That's what it looked like to me. Yeah.
And the credit to the Penn State guy for having the awareness to even, I mean, just the one-hand interception was still a great interception. So, and I personally believe that stat, like that interception stat, should be at, like, I know there's some, usually after the game, just specifically with the NFL, they do stat adjustments, and this more ties into like fantasy, where they do stat adjustments of like a run stuff or anything like that. Stuff like that should not count against the quarterback. It's like, I threw the ball, it hit you in the hands, it hit you where it needed to be, and you failed to do your job. Why am I getting punished for it? Type thing.
Real quick, just time out real quick. The last comment, I just want to make something very clear. We're going to put the last user in a timeout. I saw the comment flash on the screen. We don't do political comments on here. So I don't care who you're affiliated with, who you're for, who you're against. We are not doing political comments on here.
This is all football. This is a political free zone. This one thing I love about.
I'm not blocking anybody for their views. I'm blocking them because we don't go in that world. So we don't go to that realm. Anyways, go ahead, Alex. Anything else?
Yeah, just I think what Iowa showed was incredible resilience. Obviously, you had mentioned that interception early, and I had it too. Was like, this is Indiana, but at the same time, it's like, okay, you got down early, you don't panic. Okay, you still do your offense, you still run the plays that you want to run, because that when you panic is when you start making more and more mistakes. The kick at the end of the half. I had a thought of when Iowa State beat Iowa 2 years ago in Kinnick. And I think the comment was, because Caleb Johnson took the kickoff, and I can't remember if it was that play or if it was one play where he ran it and got to the 45 of Iowa State. And I think you had made the comment, why not let Drew Stevens kick it? Because he's got a leg. We all know he's got the leg. And I think Iowa's special teams was better back then than at least the blocking is better back then than it is now. I mean, how many punts have we had blocked? Now we have a field goal block. This is what a weird instance where it feels like our special teams are almost a liability, where I get nervous every time we kick a field goal or go kick a punt, because it's just like, are we going to protect them? Because it has.
I can agree with that. And again, there's been some unfortunate things that have occurred that have almost been like the fact that kick was blocked perfectly and then returned for a touchdown. If it was just blocked, nobody would have cared. If it had fallen past the line of scrimmage, it'd have been like, okay, yeah, they tried. Nobody thought they're going to make 66-yard anyways. It's the fact that ball happened to be Alex. We have to acknowledge that changes our viewpoint on the situation. The fact that the ball happened to be blocked straight backwards and the guy can pick it up and go back.
It was a weird
unfortunate bounces as well. There's an aspect to this as well.
It felt like there was a lot of things happening against Iowa this game. Like, it just seemed like, man, the universe does not want Iowa to win.
They also had a couple of fumbles, forced a couple of fumbles in that second half.
Twice in a row,
and they couldn't recover either one of them. Again, just didn't get the bounce. Some of those you just don't get the bounce.
I know it felt like, but that's something that we can point to and say, hey, bounces did not go away this game, but Iowa still found a way. And I think with Mark Gronowski, is he 100%? No, but he looked a hell of a lot better than he did last week. And what I loved was, I can't remember the Super Bowl when Peyton Manning was when he won with Denver, and they were down on the goal line. He faked the handoff and he ran just a boot. No one was around him. They did that twice tonight, and Penn State was fooled on both times. Once to get a touchdown and then once to seal the game. And I think that was a great use of that. Where Mark, he may not be 100%, but he's like, I can do this. I got this. So other than that, I think, I think Iowa definitely has a lot of things to work on. Tackling is one. I know Katron Allen is a great running back. He's probably one of the best in the Big Ten, if not the country. But still, you got to wrap up. And then you got to figure out your special teams blocking, because I think Iowa's had 2 punt blocks so far this year. One was, I think UMass actually blocked one of ours, and now a field goal block with Penn State. And then Drew's got to figure out his accuracy, because there's a certain range where he is so inaccurate. And it's on either hash. If he's dead middle, he's almost automatic. But you get him on either hash. I know you and I had talked about it.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago you were saying 3 weeks ago you said, well, you can't kick from the left hash, and now it's either hash.
Well, it seems like he gets on either hash now.
He made a kick from the right hash tonight. He made a 39-yarder from the right hash tonight.
But I don't know.
I don't know. Hey, listen, I'm not a special teams expert. His numbers, we can pull up his stats later in the show.
Well, he passed Nate Katie, and I know they made an announcement.
Total for his career, yes. Total for his career.
I knew you have something with that, but yeah.
But what I'm just saying is, I think his stats even this year are pretty good. People aren't going to like hearing that, but they're just so used to this excellence from all these field goal units. I mean, you watched our show with Tyler Kluver at Big Grove Brewery here a few weeks ago, I'm sure. So you heard Tyler talk about the fact that it is a unit, and how quickly a guy can spin the ball back to the laces being at noon. That's a factor. The fact that whether or not the long snapper can put the ball consistently in the same spot time and time again. There were at least 2 field goal tries today, Alex, where they were high snaps. Did you notice that? Did anybody else notice that?
Like I said, I wasn't able to sit down and watch the game. I was out doing other things and just listening to it and catching it on random TVs.
I agree with you. They've got more special teams problems than they've had. But sometimes it's very easy to just point to Drew Stevens. But go back and watch, even tonight, at least on one of the makes, high snap. And Ty Nissen's having to go way up. And that affects the field goal kicker as well. And they've just had those issues. And believe you me, the high snaps, that's something that's easy for us to catch. There are other things that aren't as easy for us to catch because we're not special teams guys, right? So
I know it. in the Indiana game, on the missed field goal to go up ahead, the laces were pointed. I know Tyler said noon. I mean, if you want to look at it like that, they were pointed to the side at 9 o'clock.
Yep.
So, but I think now it's just like we got to enjoy the win, and then just keep the pig next week.
Keep the pig next week. Yeah, they got a hot Minnesota team coming off a great win Friday night. Alex.
Yep. Still don't have my stuff yet. I did get an email. Hopefully, they said it would ship sometime this week, so hopefully I'll have it for next game.
By the way, HawkeyeSports.com, Iowa's website, TBA on kick time. So where are you getting this information?
I have an app that I follow for all the college sports, so I can tailor it. It's college football. I can tell you exactly.
Where are they getting that information?
I don't know, but they usually post it pretty early, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a score. Superfan college football, and that's just what I use because it's cool because it has stats and everything like that. It gives you odds too for in case you want to bet on the game.
They apparently know the information before Iowa does because Iowa has not said when that game is. All I know is the Big Ten Conference announced this past week that it would either be at 12 p.m. Eastern or at 3:30 p.m. Eastern.
And I know Iowa can't do any more night games because I think they've done their limit. I think Chris Hassel posted something on that. Like we're only allowed, like Big Ten games only allowed so many night games. I'm just saying what he said. I'm not sure if that's true or not. So I don't know if we'll have another night game. So someone can tell me if I'm wrong on that. But anyways, thanks for having me on, Corey.
Thanks, Alex.
We'll see you next week, hopefully with some bacon.
Absolutely. Let's get the bacon. Bring the pig home, folks. Keep the pig home, I should say. All right. We are trucking along here. We've got Coach Don Patterson with us in the queue. Before we get to Coach Patterson, super chat from MK Lundquist. Thank you, MK. Love the show, Corey. Mark Gronowski is a legend. Go Don P. Go Kirk Ferentz. Go Hawkeyes. All right. Appreciate that, man. Talk about two ends of the spectrum. We had a super chatter here a few minutes ago say that Iowa doesn't have a quarterback who can throw the ball. MK says that Iowa's quarterback is a legend. So good stuff. Thank you for the super chat, MK. Blake explaining his earlier super chat with this one. He says, I don't disagree with the attempt. Okay with me. All right. I appreciate the honesty because it's very easy to be an opportunist and look back in hindsight and say, the stupid decision by Kirk. I'm just telling you right now, at the time, I didn't have an issue with it. At the time. I'll be honest. Call me crazy if you want. But I'd like to know how many people here in the moment said, don't do that, Kirk. Something bad's going to happen. Like, I don't think that's happening. I don't think most people here were screaming that. All right. But, hey, test of your honesty, I guess. Iowa defeats Penn State 25-24. We are joined now by none other than former Hawkeye assistant and offensive coordinator, Don Patterson. Don, welcome to the show, sir.
Good to be here, Corey. That was a very entertaining game.
It was entertaining to say the least. Can I get you to slide your camera down so that your head's a little... There you go. Oh, you got the big Tiger Hawk on. Showcase that Tiger Hawk, Don. Can we see the Tiger Hawk? Let's see. Can we... Yeah, wow. Yeah. That's a cool-looking shirt. I don't think I've seen you wear that one.
And if you're not aware, I was sitting in the gold section.
Oh, that makes sense. Oh, great stuff. All right, Don. So much to get to. I don't know where to start. We normally run through notes at the end of the show. We've got a few people who are waiting on hold, so I promise we won't spend too long doing this. But let's kind of run through a quick recap of this one, Don, and feel free to chime in as I go.
Okay.
So, first quarter, man, talk about fireworks, talk about drama. It starts very similar to the way the Indiana game started. You get a deflection on the first drive of the game for Iowa, ends up in an interception. Great play by the Penn State DB. I would qualify that as a drop by Jacob Gill. The ball pops up in the air. It's intercepted at Iowa's 35. All right. Then on the I believe it was the ensuing drive? I don't have that in my notes. Grunkmeyer converts the 4th and 4. I think that was the ensuing drive, was it not?
I couldn't help but feel, Corey. It seemed like every possession had 3rd and 3.
3rd and 3.
Fourth
Yeah,
and more.
I agree.
Sometimes they go down to 3rd and medium.
Yeah,
Um,
I agree. But I believe it was that ensuing drive. Grunkmeyer, I counted 4 missed tackles / sack attempts on Grunkmeyer. He converts. Then it's 4th and goal at the 1. They get a stop, but oops, Cohen Entringer was offsides, lined up in the neutral zone. I went back and watched it. Clearly in the neutral zone. Sloppy execution by Cohen pre-snap to not know where he is in the field, Don.
Right. Let me go back to the first series of downs. On their 3rd offensive play, right then I decided I know enough about their quarterback now to know on that 3rd play, he may not be a great thrower, but he's certainly an upgrade as a runner than Aller.
Yes.
So I thought they put him to good use. We figured out as time went on, of course, we learned more about him. But I got to give a lot of credit to Penn State. I thought they fought hard. I thought it was a really wonderful game to observe because it was just back and forth, and neither team was going to lay down. That's the feeling I had. I lost you, Corey.
Penn State ends up converting 4th and goal at the 1 after they get another attempt at it, right? After the penalty.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that we were clearly offside.
Clearly offsides.
Because in general, as you know, on the 1 foot line, they're supposed to keep people out of the neutral zone. But invariably, if you cheat it a little bit, they usually let it go, right? Oftentimes they don't call it.
Well, I'll tell you what, since we're here and I have it, why don't I just go ahead and share the actual...
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
The actual photo. This is a still shot of Cohen Entringer lined up pre-snap.
Oh, my God.
See him here at the top.
Yeah.
The ball's not even snapped. I mean, he's clearly in the neutral zone, right, Don?
Well, he's not getting out of it either, you're saying.
No. No. If anything, he continued to move forward. I mean, I think you got to throw the flag there, right?
Well, let's back up.
I can't back up. This is a still shot.
Okay. Look how far off the ball is lineman are.
Yes, I understand, but he's got to know where the ball is, correct?
I'm trying to figure out, yes, unbalanced looking. I can't tell. Is the center with the 4 on his jersey?
I believe the center has the
3?
I believe the center is the 3.
I think so too.
Yep.
So they're unbalanced.
Yep.
And, well, maybe both these guys are eligible receivers. I guess they are.
But it was clear on replay that he was lined up in the neutral zone.
Tell me this, Corey, over the course of the game, did you feel that the officials did a good, solid job?
Yeah, I didn't think the officiating was bad. There were a couple of spots that I thought were suspect. There was at least one that I thought should have clearly been like 3rd and 1, and they just gave him the first down.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's when they rushed out and quickly snapped the ball to the next play.
You could be right, yeah. So, I mean, in general, I thought the officiating was fine overall, but the spots were a little suspect.
Yeah.
Iowa, of course, responds after giving up the 7 points. Moulton's gashing Penn State on the ground, but Gronowski was struggling to get into a rhythm through the air. He sails a sideline throw out of bounds. It was intended for Reese Vanderzee on 3rd and 6. Iowa settles for a 39-yard Drew Stevens field goal. Then a big punt return after a stop. Big punt return by Weegan, but Stevens pushes a 46-yard field goal right. And Don, it could have been a lot worse. I thought that was a pretty disastrous first quarter. You weren't moving the ball effectively through the air. The only thing they were doing well was running the ball on offense. They miss a field goal. You have an interception. You give up a touchdown. That's not how you want to start with all that energy in Kinnick at night.
Yeah, I agree. I was just curious about quarterback ratings. We had a slight edge. Gronowski 85.7 and Grunkmeyer 67.2. I guess it's more than slight. but both quarterbacks struggled. Receivers struggled to be open. Neither team ran the ball very well, but I have to give some credit to both pass defenses because we had a lot of contested throws.
Right. Okay, let's go back to before we move into second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter notes. Let's go to our Iowa Smokehouse call line. We've got our caller who's been on hold for quite a while now. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame with Coach Don Patterson, who's on the line.
Oh, hey, Corey, Coach, how you guys doing?
We're doing good. Who's this?
This is Eric.
Hey, Eric.
So from Cedar Rapids, just got back from the game. So I really appreciate you guys, throwing this show up. Always appreciate you, Coach Patterson. I think I met you one time. It would have been in '86. Dan McCarney was my recruiting coach at the University of Iowa. I ended up going to Michigan State. It's all good. Yeah. You guys didn't have a scholarship, so it was all good. You had John Derby coming in. So
I recruited John. And you might recall that John was the first team All Big Ten linebacker.
Yeah. So I ended up being second team All Big Ten my senior season. But I just bumped by you in the hallway and everything. You're a very kind gentleman. Coach McCarney was a very, very good guy and everything. And even though I went to Michigan State, I've always been a Hawkeye. Okay. So,
well,
it's one of those things. So I was fortunate enough to get a ticket to go to the game tonight. And I generally don't, come in and talk. I do listen to you, Corey. I do listen to you, Coach. I do watch you guys. I really appreciate you. But one of the things, first of all, this is one of the best football games I've seen. I mean, if you really take everything into consideration, what Penn State's going through, what Iowa's going through, Iowa's sitting here at 4-2, and you got all this stuff. Penn State's had their coach fired. I think their head coach, Smith, I think that's his name, did an incredible job with these guys. And if you sat there in the stadium and you watched it, like literally, I'll sit there I'll get there about an hour early, right? So I'm like you, Coach. I want to get there early, and I'll sit there and I'll just take in the atmosphere. But about 5 minutes before the game, all of a sudden you could feel it. It's like, oh my gosh, this is like this biggest, swirl or whatever you want to call of emotion coming in. And it was fun. And then you watch it and you're going back and forth and back and forth. I don't want to talk about mistakes. I heard it earlier, well, they shouldn't have kicked a 63-yarder, but everybody wanted them to kick a 63-yarder.
66-yarder.
Yeah. But everybody wanted it earlier until it happens, right? And, the funniest thing about that play is that, earlier, so when they set up and then they call a timeout, well, he was on the outside, then he came inside, and he's a very long guy. So it's like, what do you do? So forget about that. I just thought it was a really, really exciting time. It was a really gritty game. And, all these guys, I appreciate you, but I played at the Big Ten level, and you have to understand, when you get into it, it is a grind. And one of the things I appreciated about it sitting there in the 45-yard line, I think it was about 45 or whatever, right when we come up, was that I could just feel it and I could see it. And I can understand both teams have respect for Penn State and what they're going through, right? I mean, they've gone through some nutty stuff here. Yeah. But both
I don't know that I have real quick. I just want to just interject for a second, sir. I don't know that I have respect for Penn State. I have respect for at a minimum, I have a respect for Terry Smith. I have a respect for Terry Smith.
Oh,
I don't know.
100%.
Yeah, I don't know what the culture with the locker room is and the players, but I do think Terry Smith it's clear based on what we saw tonight that he did his best to rally what appeared prior to this week to be a broken, frazzled locker room.
Yeah, I agree with that. And if I look at it from a player's perspective, I can sit here and, like, I listen to your show, I listen to other shows, you know, I listen to, you know, Iowa Everywhere or whatever the heck it is, and you know, you try to get a feel for everything because you're a little bit disconnected. But yeah, I mean, Terry Smith, 100%. I mean, I could not, as an opposing fan, be more proud of an opposing coach. He really, really handled himself very, very well. I mean, they fought. I mean, and that's kind of the thing. I mean, like, when you walk in there, like, even when I was at Michigan State, I always knew when I went to get up against Michigan or Ohio State or wherever, we always knew we were outnumbered. And the same thing is with Iowa, right? Like Hayden used to say, and I wish I would have played for him. I didn't have the privilege, but Hayden always used to say, I'll take my 22 against your 22 any given day, right? Right, Coach? But the thing is, once you start to battle it back and you start to go into 44, so that's kind of the thing. So that's what kind of made me nervous about Penn State, because I always know, I mean, there's no question about talent with these guys, none, right? But the thing that I saw as a player, you know, as a former player, was like, where's your headspace at, right? And what are you thinking about and everything? And I saw it early and early and early, and I thought that they really, really did a good job fighting. And I thought Iowa did too. And that's one of the things that I'd like to, you know, just kind of, you know, keynote on this thing is, like, everybody's going to talk about, you know, this play, this play, this play, this play. That's fine. But the one thing you have to understand about this Iowa team, and the one thing I really respect about them, is that they have grit and they fight. You know, are they the most talented team? No, but they will fight. You know, and then where the chips fall, right? I mean, that's the way it goes. I mean, you know, winning is hard. You know, winning is tough.
Yep.
And I think that one of the things that people lose sight of is, like, you have to understand, like, if you have a group of people who will sit there and fight and really, really work, and you saw it tonight. 25-24, man. I was sitting there in Kinnick.
Yep.
I have never heard it louder. I've never heard it prouder. I've never heard it anything.
Okay.
But I'm going to tell you, that team fought.
Yep,
and
they did.
Penn
Absolutely.
State fought.
Yep, absolutely. Sir, any questions for Don before we let you slide? We do have a bunch of callers to get to. We do appreciate you calling in. Anything for Don before we let you slide?
The only thing I'd ask Don is, Don, what'd you think about the game?
Thank you, caller. Appreciate it, sir.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I agree with you. I thought both teams gave a great effort. And I really hated for either one to have to lose.
Yeah. So I guess, how do you sort of come to terms with when you say it was a great game, and the caller just said it was a great game? I'll be honest, I didn't come on this show and start out by saying that was a great game, because I don't like to see field goals get blocked. I don't like to see interceptions and fumbles. To me, it was a little sloppy. To me, there was some poor management and some glaring execution issues. You're being negative, Corey. Okay. All right. Well, to me, there are some serious execution issues that occurred tonight that kept Penn State in the game. I don't believe that was a Penn State team that had any business even being in the game tonight. Had Iowa just executed, not giving up a blocked field goal return for a touchdown, Cohen Entringer doesn't line up a yard into the backfield on a 4th and goal situation. They get a stop there. And by the way, that was another touchdown for Penn State that following play. So yeah, I guess I'm being negative, but there's some serious execution issues that I think there should be some concern about. Going for two when they went for two, Don, chasing points in the third quarter. I believe that was chasing points. And I asked Kirk Ferentz earlier this week about clock management. He made the comment that they have somebody that has this big MasterCard that gives all the scenarios, but he takes advice from different places. They don't know what they're doing with clock management and game management. I will stand on that plateau. I will stand on that tower until I die or until we see a change. I really don't think they have any. I believe they're bottom of the Big Ten. Anecdotally commenting this, I believe they're bottom of the Big Ten as it relates to clock management skills. I really do. And the chasing points in the third brought back to memory 2017, Purdue, Iowa at home, when they went for two too early. They went for two too early, down 9.
Tell me when you thought for sure we were chasing points tonight, Corey, because I'm not sure. Give me the exact situation.
Okay. You know what I'm talking about, Don. I know you're just trying to.
No, I'm really not sure.
Trying to challenge me. That's fine. I get it. Third quarter, Iowa's down 21-17. 5 minutes left in the third. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Wait.
21-17.
21-16.
Thank you.
21-16. They go for two and fail, of course, because they don't convert 2-point conversions. By the way, I thought Tim Lester called a really good game. He's got to figure out 2-point plays because the 2-point plays that I saw tonight did not look very good.
I'll agree with you. I remember thinking, is that the best they can do for a 2-point play?
But Don, why go for two? Why go for two with 5 minutes left in the third?
Well, let's face it, there wasn't a whole lot of points being scored. So,
okay, all right.
The fact that we can be within 3 was significant, and we had to convert to do it, of course.
Well, I just disagree with that. I just disagree with that. You're telling me you're telling me as a play caller, you would have called a 2-point. As a head coach, you would have called for a 2-point try with 5 minutes left in the third at 21-16.
21-16, I would have gone for 2, absolutely.
I'm shocked by that, Don. I'm shocked.
No, don't be.
Well, I am.
Well, you shouldn't be, because there's actually a good argument for doing what Kirk did.
Almost cost them the game, Don. It almost cost them the
Tell
game.
me how it almost cost us the game.
How it almost cost them the game. Well, let's see. I'll walk you through it. They failed on the 2-point conversion, right? Then Iowa comes back with a field goal, but instead of making it a 1-point game, it makes it a 2-point game. Then Penn State gets a field goal, making it 24-19. Iowa scores a touchdown. And, oh, by the way, now we have to go for 2 again because we went for 2 too early. We got to go for 2 again to get us up by a field goal. And what do you know? We fail again. And now Penn State can go win the game with a field goal.
But they've got to be able to do it.
Right. But the worst you can do if you have both extra points is they tie it and send it to overtime. Don. Come on, man. Come on. Listen, if you kick both extra points, I'm just saying, hindsight's 20/20, but I just speak it like I say it. At the time, I said it's too early. I mean, it's just, in my opinion, it's too early. You don't go for the second 2-point conversion if you don't go for the first. You don't have to if you don't miss the first. They were forced to go for 2 twice in the second of this game because
if we didn't go for 2 the first time, it would have been it would have been 21-17, right?
Correct. Right. What's the I don't know what. So we didn't think that Iowa was capable of creating possessions from there on out. 2 more possessions.
21-7. I'm sorry. Say that again.
Well, to me, the implication at 21-16, if you go for 2, is you're basically saying we don't really feel confident about being able to get more than maybe 1 more possession for a field goal. Whereas in reality, with 20 minutes of game time left, kick the extra point, get it within 4, because then Penn State, they kick a field goal, you're back. It's back to a 7-point game. Whereas now, if you fail, which they did at 24-19, or excuse me, at 21-16, if Penn State kicks a field goal now, you're down 8. But in this case, Iowa kicked another field goal, got it within 2, then got the Penn State scores the field goal. Iowa scores the touchdown, has to go for 2 again, and failed. And then now you're in a situation where, yeah, Penn State can go down the field at the end and win the game. I'm just saying that could have come back to bite them.
Let me say it this way: there weren't that many points scored over the course of the game. It was late in the third quarter, right? 21-16, we go for 2. You're saying if we just kick our PAT, we're down 4, right?
Yeah, that's how in the moment I saw it, and obviously hindsight's going to tell me that even more. But in the moment, I'm like, wow, that's kind of early. That's chasing points. That's
it sort of makes sense to me because I can see us forcing overtime. If we convert our 2 points, a field goal ties it up. We go into overtime at 21 apiece.
And I will say this: the other reason why I question that decision is because we both know how poor Iowa has been at 2-point plays. I mean, I'll
admit those plays tonight didn't give me great confidence that we were going to convert after I saw the first one.
Yeah,
which was kind of underwhelming. The second one didn't seem to offer much opportunity either.
Right.
Yeah. I didn't find myself wondering how much time did they put into 2-point plays.
I don't know. The second one, I made the comment when it happened. All right, Tim, bring out your best darn 2-point play here, whatever that is. And they go fade to KJ Parker. Now, if it works, we don't care. So everything we comment on this. It's reactionary and it is hindsight. But Don, do you really believe that was the best play they had at their disposal? A fade to a.
I would have hoped not. If that's the best we had, that'd be an argument just to kick the PAT when you're down 5.
Right. Well, it's an argument to do it. Exactly. When you're down 5 to do it in the first place. And the last thing I'll say on that, and we can continue to debate this. It doesn't sound like you're like this. You're not on either side necessarily. You said it made sense in the moment, but you're not like, no, you're wrong, or no, Kirk was right. You're just like, well, I can see it kind of both ways. Is that fair?
Both sides. Yeah. Oftentimes, though, people have asked me, would you go for 1 or 2? I've said it depends. They say it depends on what? I said it depends on how much confidence I have in the 2-point play I'm about to use. If I have great confidence, I'll run the 2-point play. If I'm not sure, I'll kick it. And your point is, based on the way the plays looked, that's one more argument for kicking the PAT.
Yeah, it's just a further reason to just go ahead and play it out. You got 5 minutes left in the third. If it's fourth quarter, okay, I can see that. But to me, there was just a lot of time left. But to your point, they weren't moving the ball a ton, and they struggled with the field goal unit. So, I mean, I was hopeful that Drew was going to get an opportunity to redeem himself late in the game. But
and about the 66-yarder, I'll be honest in saying this. I would have tried to kick it. Simply because you and I both know what Drew's capable of doing. It's entirely possible to go through the uprights.
Don, did you hear any of my discussion with a couple of the people here before you logged on?
No.
Because I said the same thing. I said, I get it. I get Kirk saying that was on me. I shouldn't have done that. But I'm just being honest. At the time, I said, kick the field goal. The only thing I questioned in the moment was 6 seconds. We got third down. Couldn't we maybe run a quick out just to see if we can get a few more yards?
Didn't we throw it out the previous play, though?
We did, and it only ran 2 seconds off the clock.
But it was almost, it was uncomfortably close to the DB in my mind.
Okay, well, I didn't necessarily see it that way. I didn't notice that aspect of it, but
he was contesting the throw. I mean, he was pretty close, as I recall. At least that's my perception from my seat. But anyway, I certainly had no issue with the 66-yard attempt because I've seen him knock him through from 70.
Sorge says, Corey bloviating for a half hour. So fun. We love you.
Is it bloviating? I thought it was bloviating. But...
Oh, bloviating. Excuse me. We don't use that word a lot. All right. Let's go to Tom Kakert HawkeyeReport.com live from the Kinnick press box. Tom,
how are you guys?
We're doing good. Thank you
When
for
that
being here.
phone's up,
It's yeah, it's gotten chilly. Walking back to the press box, I'm not dressed appropriately anymore.
You're getting the weather we had in Ames. I would say about an hour from kickoff, I was outside and it was cloudy, and then I saw Peacock. It said it's 71 degrees in Iowa City. I'm like, wow, there's a cool front moving that direction. It hasn't reached Iowa City yet. We had it earlier, so yeah,
It's
it has
reached
gotten
it now.
cool. Yeah,
It's gotten cool.
It's football weather. Well, we appreciate
You know,
you.
you know what? I was going to jump in because I was listening to you about the Kirk's decisions, and a lot of that is just it's analytics driven. It's like, hey, you're going for two. You know, you chase here, you don't chase there. But I would agree with you that the 2-point plays have been bad.
Yeah, the problem is, Tom, in my opinion, you have to factor in the fact that we haven't proven as a unit that we have very many good 2-point plays, at least in the past. So doesn't that influence your analytics to some extent? You have to
I don't think it. I think they just have to make those decisions that you just go for it. And
well, they're going to continue to not convert on 2-point plays, I'm afraid.
Yeah, they've got to. That's something they've got to work on. I will say this too, just to add something from the press conference. Kirk got pretty emotional when he was asked about the field goal at the end of the half. And then he kind of felt like he almost cost him the game by doing that. And he was near tears. He had to choking back tears because he felt like he let his team down by a dumb decision.
I don't think it was that dumb of a decision.
I don't think it was either. It
was just, Tom, I said this before Don jumped on as well, but that is just, I want to say flukish because it is a 66-yarder, so it's harder to get the ball over the line of scrimmage but at the same time, that ball was perfectly blocked, landed in the backfield, and you happen to have a Penn State rusher who just scoops the ball up. It's a flukish outcome.
And everybody you go back to the Iowa State game last year, and everybody wanted them to try that long field goal at the end of that game. So to me, it fits in the same box, other than it was at the end of the half instead of at the end of the game.
Yeah, and there is a difference there, right, Tom? I mean, there is a difference between end of half, end of game. You have to do something. Either you go Hail Mary or field goal kick, and this was you're up. So I understand that. My thing was, I said this to Don, but maybe you try to use those 6 seconds and that extra down to do something where you get the ball. But they had no timeouts at that point, so you either have to get the ball in a first down with at least 2 seconds and then clock it, or get another quick out and get out of bounds. And that was hard. But there's a big difference between 66 and like 61, 60. And we don't know if Drew's kick would have made it there, right? I mean,
I don't know.
John, do you know what happened on that play as far as what?
Well, I was going to ask you guys to tell me about the blocked field goal. It appeared that the ball was low.
Yep, it was.
Is that what happened?
The D lineman got a hand on it. D lineman got a hand on it. Yeah.
So the protection was not the issue, it was the low kick.
Yeah, it was low. I thought it was low. I think he just tried to drive it low because he knew he had to kick the heck out of the ball. So but it was,
Well, I hope Kirk, I guess my hope on that is, first of all, they won. That's good news. But secondly, I just hope that doesn't make him gun shy to use Drew in long range situations in the future when needed. You know what I'm saying, Don? Like, I don't want that to become, we get gun shy because of one flukish thing that happened that defies odds. You know what I'm saying, guys?
Yeah, I think he'll be okay with it end of game. I don't know if we'll see it again end of half.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he likes he's big on going into the half with a little bit of momentum.
Yeah.
And that just sucked the momentum out of it.
Tom, that's the second straight home game where they've had their momentum sucked out of themselves at the end of the half when they should have had the momentum. Indiana was the same thing.
There's so many parallels to that Indiana game too, where end of game or when you needed a big play, they basically zero blitz that fourth down play this week, and they get there and they cause some havoc, and Deshaun Lee makes the play. a couple weeks ago against Indiana, they don't quite get there. Mendoza hits that slant, and it's off to the races, and Lee can't bring him down. And so it's so many parallels to that game in a lot of ways.
And we didn't. How about the first drive of the game, a deflected interception, and in your own side of the field from.
Yeah, it's just the parallels were really striking.
Yeah.
Between those two games, but maybe that's the growth of this Iowa team, and also kind of the difference of why Indiana is where they are and why Penn State is where they are.
Yeah, and there's obviously a striking difference between those two programs. By the way, for anybody, I saw somebody in the comments section asking about another Big Ten score, Oregon-Rutgers. That game was relatively close in the first quarter. Rutgers was at least making a game of it.
It was 3-0. It was 3-0 early, and then I think Oregon scored the next 49, maybe
56-10, and that game was in Piscataway.
I was going to say that's a road game too.
That's scary. Yeah.
Do you think Oregon feels like they got something to prove? I believe so.
Well, a good thing Iowa doesn't get Oregon next week. Let's just give that a couple of weeks.
They don't seem to be bothered much by the travel thing.
Well, yeah, they appear to play better on the road. Anecdotally, they play.
Maybe they decided if Indiana can do it, why can't we?
Yeah, UCLA did it, and go down the line. Michigan did it right out at USC. Didn't Michigan do that, or did USC win that game? I guess
USC won that game pretty handily.
Wasn't there another game last week, Don? Well, Notre Dame, Northwestern went out to Penn State, but there was a game where someone went to Cali, didn't they? And win? Maybe I'm wrong.
The only one I can think of going to the West was Oregon, Indiana.
Well, maybe I'm just thinking Oregon, Indiana,
Oregon,
Michigan State, UCLA. All right, Tom. So I know you got a lot of work to do. We appreciate you hopping on here. Yeah. So Kirk was emotional with the last, and he talked on the Peacock broadcast early in the third quarter, and was very quick to own up to, that's on me. Shouldn't have done that. That was stupid. I really admire him for being. I don't agree with him that it's stupid. I think he's being too hard on himself. But I admire the fact that he was just like, that's on me totally. Because, the reaction from fans is to blame the guys up front, blame Drew Stevens. Again, I think is a bit fluky. Did Kirk talk at all about the 2-point conversions? Because we just, you mentioned the analytics. Did he bring that up at all? I know in hindsight it doesn't matter because they won.
Yeah, not really. Didn't really bring it up. But that's just what I think. It's analytics driven these days. That's what those decisions come down to, is they've got a card that says, hey, if you're down this point in the game and you're this many points down and it's this much time left, or you're in the third quarter, got to go for 2. It's just how it is.
Well, I'm guessing it was close to the barrier.
Yeah, it's like the old thing when Bielema did that when he it was him and Tim Brewster. Don, you'll probably remember that. They almost got in a fight about it. Bielema, he was up a lot. I mean, he was up by like 30 points, and he went for 2 because I don't think he and Brewster got along too well.
Tim was the head coach at Minnesota.
Yeah, when Brewster was at Minnesota, and Brett joking. I don't think he was joking. I think he was half serious, but half being kind of a smart ass. And he said, Card said go for 2, I'll never forget that. It was always so funny because I know they got after each other on the recruiting trail a little bit when Brett was at Wisconsin and Tim was at Minnesota. And Card said go for 2.
Well, if you're playing for an axe, I guess emotions are kind of high on both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Don, Bielema, he likes to talk a little trash sometimes and poke the bear a little bit. So,
Tom, what comments, if any, were made by Gronowski, Kirk, etc., on the passing game? Because obviously it was a struggle most of the night.
Not good. It wasn't great, but here's an interesting note. That third down run that Mark made to close out the game, that was a call just between him and Tim Lester. Nobody else knew that they were going to do that. That was just those two, something they had talked about. It's something the Packers did with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
And they've been waiting all year to do it. And like, because I asked Dunker about it, I go, "Did you kind of know that?" And he goes, "No." And then Mark owned up to it. He said, "No, I made that. Tim and I had that call between us, and I think Kamari might have known, but that was it.
Yeah.
That was between coordinator and head coach. And I know, Don, you can probably speak to that if you ever had that.
Well, this is honest to God truth. Third down, and we need to convert, right? Otherwise, we can't take it in and be done with the game. And my wife asked me, "What about the play we ran with Martin down the goal line?" My response was, "That would be a good call." 10 seconds later, we ran it. And here's the whole point. My wife brought it up before I did. She brought it up to me, and I said, "That would be a good call." That's exactly what we did.
Yep, and Mark made that call on the goal line, that run. That was another one that he kind of they changed the play at the line based on they weren't in the right defense. They were going to throw the ball, but they switched to a run because of the defense that he saw at the line of scrimmage, and so he just ran it. And they just never really adjusted to. I think they must have thought that he was not going to run tonight because of his knee
I
or
will
whatever.
admit, I didn't think Mark would be able to run as well as he did.
Yeah, I thought I asked him
If he wasn't
after the
100%, he
game.
was close.
I asked him after the game. I said, "Did you kind of regain your confidence during the game running the football?" And he goes, "No, not really. I was confident in running." And I hadn't thought that he ran very. He was kind of tentative even early in the game when he hit the deck on that one right about the 40-yard line where they called him at the 39 and they had to punt.
Well, he was a lot better tonight running than he did last Saturday night. I'll say that.
He did. He did. He jokingly said that some of his teammates said that he needed to unhook the trailer on that 67-yard run and he would have gotten the end zone.
Well, I thought he looked a little timid in the first half even.
Yeah, I did too. But I think he just gained some confidence during the game and had some good runs. And then he kind of looked like the guy that we saw in that Indiana game before he got hurt, where he was running kind of free and loose and confident. And he's still not lowering his shoulder, kind of burrowing into people like he was, where he's willing to take a hit. But he's getting down. But I'm seeing him run the way that I think he can. He's just got to unhook that trailer so he can run those into the end zone.
By the way, just to clarify real quick, Dylan, I never said the second 2-point conversion was the wrong call. I simply said they had to go for 2 in the second time because they missed the first one. Obviously, you had to go for 2 in the second, not debating that.
Right.
So, okay, Tom, from beginning to end, this game was obviously a nail biter, and Kirk is used to these types of games against Penn State. But I'm curious just the reaction to Terry Smith. I'm guessing Kirk was very complimentary of, what he's been able to do here this week in rallying those guys, because Penn State did show up with a new quarterback and a locker room that seemed to be divided or at least cracked in some regards. Just maybe your comments on Terry Smith and what did Kirk say about the opposition?
Yeah, he was really impressed with they came and fought just like they would, and they're a really talented team. They got a lot of NFL players on that roster, and they came to play, and they played hard, and they played tough, played physical football, and Katron Allen, he was terrific today. I thought the quarterback played pretty well given his first career start in Iowa City. That's a pretty impressive effort from him as well. He made some really good throws. He's more mobile than I thought he was going to be. And
I was going to say, Tom, on their third offensive snap, right then I said, I wish we had Drew Allen back. I really pleased him because he demonstrated on that play he is an above average runner.
Yeah. Yep. He could move. So, they were, Katron Allen is so good, though. He's really good. He's powerful, but he makes you miss.
Lots of hard yards. He got a lot of yards on the contact.
Yeah. he's going to earn some whirlpool time after this tomorrow, and when he gets back to Happy Valley.
Don, anything else for Tom before we let him slide off into the darkness and get back to late night?
All right, guys. Hey, good to talk to you.
As always.
Thanks, fellas, Tom.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here and for Tom taking the time, as always. How about Chris Bacon? Appreciate the super chat, Chris. He says, I'm hooked on Farms of America. Also, go Hawks. Isn't Farms of America great? If you haven't checked out Farms of America, that unique docuseries that features, former Hawkeye Matt Kroll, who will be with us moving forward throughout the rest of our postgame season. He will be with us in segments as well, along with Coach Patterson and I, of course. But yes, check it out. And Chris, thank you for the super chat, the donation. And speaking of Farms of America, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we've got a number of people waiting online, including Jan. We've got Tom. We've got Paul, Ryan, Vincent, OS for Hawks. We've got a couple of people on the phone line. We're going to try to get to everybody's comments. We're about an hour and a half into our show as we continue our recap of Iowa's 25-24 victory over the Penn State Nittany Lions. We'll be right back after a brief message from our sponsors here and from the Hawkeye of the Storm. And before we go to break, Don, before I forget this, big shout out to I didn't mention this earlier, big shout out to the fans, because I do not believe the fans had anything to do with what I consider an abysmal start tonight. I thought it was a lackluster start. I think we can probably agree on that. First quarter was not to par. And I was surprised by it because I got several text messages during the game from people in Kinnick that, hey, man, this place is rocking. And you would expect nothing less from a crowd at Kinnick Stadium at night. But I just wanted to add that in there because I know Kirk was asked about the crowd after the game on his Peacock interview, and he was, of course, very complimentary, gracious.
And we have to give Penn State credit for handling the crowd noise really well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, folks, we'll be right back with more. You're watching Iowa Postgame with Coach Don Patterson here from the Hawkeye of the Storm.
Dream was that he goes and plays for the Jets for 9 years and he comes back with a bunch of money and he just pays us a bunch for the farm and everybody lives happily ever after, but that didn't work.
But now we call him the has-been.
Yeah, he's the has-been now. Now he's just a farmer.
Let me introduce you to one of the proud supporters of From the Hawkeye of the Storm, Iowa floor covering down in Bondurant. Now, for the last year and a half, you've heard me talk about this great company in the heart of central Iowa. They've got Tough Core click together, 4.5 millimeter waterproof vinyl flooring, great for you DIYers out there. But even if you're just a contractor or you need a different type of flooring, they've got you covered, whether it be tile showers, carpet. Give Iowa Floor Covering a chance to serve you better and serve your flooring needs. Visit them online at iowafloorcovering.com. That's iowafloorcovering.com. Or you can give them a call at 515-379-7000. That's 515-379-7000. Thank you to Iowa Floor Covering in Bondurant. We appreciate Iowa Floor Covering for being with us as always. And Don, we're talking about Iowa win that moves the Hawkeyes to 3-1 in this conference. So slowly, or I should say slowly, but quietly reaching 3-1 status in the league. So I heard somebody in the chat. I want to address this because I know we got a number of people here who still want to chat. I saw Kyle was in the queue, but he must have gotten off. So Kyle didn't want to wait around. But let me see the comment here. You get to make sure we get to this comment, and I promise we're going to get to our next call. Here it is. YouTube sucks says, Corey, say it. Say it. Iowa still has a chance for the playoffs. Don, hey, I'll say
about 84 other teams.
That's fine. No, it's not 74 other teams. Come on.
I said 84.
Don't be like that, Don. There's plenty.
Okay, 47.
There you go.
I mean,
That's a better number. Iowa's still technically in that hunt because 10-2, they control their own destiny. That gets them in. I'll say that. Just I know
you heard me say last week, I just want to be 4-2.
Yep, and now they've accomplished 4-2, and now they can be 5-2 with a win and a pig, right? Wait a minute.
Is that right? Was the night game?
No. I was going to say they're 5-2.
Right? We're 5-2 now.
Yeah, they're 5-2 now.
So I was saying before the Wisconsin game, I just want to be 4-2.
Yeah, exactly. All right,
So
let's go back.
Hope to be 6-2 after the Gophers come to town.
Absolutely. All right, let's go to our next caller. We got Paul with us. Paul, appreciate you calling our Iowa Smokehouse line.
Thanks for having me, Corey.
Absolutely. How'd you enjoy the game?
I did enjoy the game, and I do want to say, I did say last week that I thought James Franklin was on a hotter seat than Luke Fickell was. I was right.
Well, Luke Fickell's on a hot seat, believe me. You're right about James Franklin getting the boot first, but man, Don, can I just say, here's I'll be surprised if Fickell makes it through Sunday. I really do. I can't imagine. How do you give up? How do you go? They have literally given up, 71 points, right? 37-34, 71-0. They've had 2 straight shutouts, Don.
Well, you might argue, I couldn't help but notice they had the same first quarter 17-0 that we had. But maybe you would say, well, the Gophers really dug in. I'm sorry, Badgers dug in and played really well that last half. Maybe. But they're still stuck on 0. So if you back-to-back goose eggs, that's not good.
Yeah. But you were right about Franklin. I didn't think it would be that quick, Paul, but it was. And that's what makes, I think, just the team that showed up in Kinnick tonight more impressive. Kudos to Coach Smith for getting those guys ready.
He had a type of a kind of presence there that he was really fighting for those athletes tonight, those guys. I mean, he was really fighting for them, and kudos to him for trying to be as positive as possible, both all weekend on game day. Kudos to him, because that's a tough situation.
Absolutely, and kudos to Grunkmeyer. Don, you've coached quarterbacks. How hard is it to get a guy like that ready for that type of moment in Kinnick?
He looked a lot more veteran than what his experience was, I'll say that. Crowd noise didn't seem to bother him too much. They did a good job communicating. They had a good plan for him, I think, because he was above average as a runner. Incidentally, you remember when they threw the deep ball with the pass interference?
Yes.
You might recall that was good coaching on the part of Andy. You might recall on 2nd down they ran a play, and they immediately lined up on 3rd down, and they knew that play before they snapped it on 2nd down. In other words, it was going to be a hurry-up situation, and sure enough, they caught us snapping a little bit, and we ended up with pass interference, of course. But they were hoping for the touchdown, and they weren't too far from getting it either. So that was good football on their part.
Wallhawks 1971 says we should be celebrating a game-winning drive, a 4th down stop, and Gronowski. It's not Gronkowski, it's Gronowski, but regardless, game-sealing run. Aren't we celebrating that? Like, can we not break down the game as well? Like, talk about the 2-point stuff and the 60. That's part of the game. We're not just here to say, oh, yay! Like, we're going to also talk about the game. That's what we do here. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, so I was with you on the 66-yard attempt until Stevens got that free kick when Penn State was calling timeout, and it was way short. Then I think you do one of two things. You either take a knee, go to the locker room, or you try to throw it downfield for a Hail Mary. Because when they got that free kick, I mean, Don, on the end zone camera, it looked really short. I don't know how it looked from the crowd.
I'll just tell you what they should have done. If that was a full – Don, if that was his full leg, I'm wondering if he kind of – because the whistle had blown. I'm wondering if he really didn't let that kick ride, that first attempt. So that was.
I heard somebody saying it was 10 yards short. That's not true. It was short, but it certainly wasn't way short. You get my drift? I felt like you did, Corey. He didn't hit him very well. Maybe because he knew it had been blown down. It was a free kick. But it wouldn't have shocked me if he would have made the second kick.
If it was clear he was short and if that was a concern, you know what I would have done? I wouldn't have gone for a Hail Mary, Paul. I would have said, all right, we got 6 seconds and an extra down. Let's just see if we can get 5 yards. And then if we can't, we'll probably still have a second to Hail Mary if we want to at that.
We had a halftime lead either way.
They had the halftime lead either way. That's what, but, they'll learn from that. And like Tom said, and Don, I think you'd probably agree with what Tom said. Kirk probably won't do that again.
Probably not.
And it's not often that you have a
he shouldn't beat himself up over that.
It's not often you have a kicker with a leg from 65, and they have that. And let's not forget, it was also widely publicized and known that Iowa State had a kicker who made a 65-yarder going into a halftime earlier this season. So it's not unheard of to do that. And he actually he made that kick.
Well, let me ask you about that kickoff. Did it or did it not go through the uprights?
What kickoff?
It's kickoff to the south end zone late in the game.
That I don't know. I don't
think it went through the uprights.
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't paying that
So
close.
that's from the 35-yard line, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's 75 yards from the uprights. And it went through the uprights. I admit he was running at the ball. The point is, he has plenty of leg to make it from 66.
Yeah.
With a tailwind, and there was clearly some wind from the north.
Yeah, that shouldn't be really even a conversation whether Drew has a leg from 65. He has the leg from 65. That's
right.
Not a question. And like, I mean, these people, I mean, I get it. People are like, you have your opinions, that's fine. But to act like just everybody else's opinion stinks. Like, I think we need to I see these comments in the chat about it. Like, it's so easy to operate in hindsight. It's so easy to look at that and say, they should have never done that. But the reality is you had no clue that was going to happen. And
I was supposed to say it this way, Corey. Some of those people now that say, I would not have done that, they're not being honest either.
I was more worried about they were going to run it back than it was going to be blocked.
Yeah.
That's what I was worried about.
That would probably be the bigger concern for most teams, right? That your kicker's not going to be able to get it there from 65. That's
I wasn't really about it being short. I thought he can get it there to the point where they wouldn't be able to field it.
And like Kyle, I appreciate you being a premium subscriber, but he says it's not as fluky as you think. The kicker has to drive the ball. It's going to be low, and the defense is selling out to block. I'd say it's more 60-40, 70-30 in favor of the kicker. Absolutely not. If it was 60-40, 70-30 in favor of the kicker, we'd be seeing these happening all the time.
I agree. They wouldn't block it 30% of the time. No way.
No, he's saying he'd say block it and return for a touchdown. That's what he's saying. He's saying that's the whole point. The whole scenario is extremely fluky because it was blocked and returned. If it was blocked and bounced past the line of scrimmage, nobody would have cared. We would have just gone into the locker room and say, well, all that Kirk. But that's not what happened. It happened to go perfectly, ricocheted perfectly off whoever it was, the defensive lineman that blocked it, into the backfield, and it just so happened to bounce in a way that gave Iowa no chance to try to make a play on the ball carrier, who, by the way, if they had tackled him at anywhere on the field, the clock was at 0, wouldn't have made a difference. Everything panned out exactly as badly as you could possibly imagine it. So I call that fluky, but
it was fluky.
So anyways, Paul, anything else?
Just some interesting stats that I got that the SID put out. Iowa out-tackled Penn State 2-1 tonight. I thought that was a pretty big deal. Iowa had 6 tackles for a loss compared to Penn State for 2. Again, the Iowa O-line only gave up no sacks tonight, only 2 tackles for loss, like I said earlier. I thought this was a big one. Iowa's average starting position was on their own 40. Penn State was their own 25. I thought that was an interesting statistic. Iowa had no 3-and-outs tonight. I thought that was huge.
Wait a minute, real quick. Iowa had no 3-and-outs?
Iowa had no 3-and-outs tonight, according to the drive report.
Okay. I'm going to confirm that, but keep going with your stats.
That's according to the SID stats.
Well, they had no 3-and-outs, except they had the first
the
turnover.
The turnover, yeah.
3 plays, ends in an interception.
I believe that's a 3-and-out.
Yeah, it is a 3-and-out. Yeah,
that's the worst 3-and-out.
Yeah, also, I'm looking right here. Second quarter, first down, Caden Weegan, loss of 3. Kamari Moulton, run for 2. Mark Gronowski, pass complete for 3. Restake and punt. That's a 3-and-out.
Okay, that one was... Okay, I missed that one. My bad on that one. Okay, so they had 2.
Well, yeah, I would consider the interception. I don't know. Technically speaking, Don, is the interception considered a 3-and-out?
I would call it a 3-and-out. Yeah.
Oh, we'll split the difference for you. They had one official.
They had one. Yeah, they had one. I missed that one. Sorry.
That's the worst 3-and-out.
Yeah, that's true.
There's no opportunity for 4th down.
But yeah, I thought you take away that weird thing at the half. Iowa defense only gave up 2 touchdowns tonight, and really it should have only been 1 with that offsides. So I thought the D was great. I mean, what more do you want?
Well, I want Cohen Entringer not to be lined up in the neutral zone.
Yeah, I get that part.
I mean, that is on him for doing that, right? That's part of the eval. But yeah, to your point, and they did step up when they needed to. It was against a Penn State offense that has been up, not very good here of late. I mean, they were actually decent second half against UCLA. They just couldn't stop anybody, and they dug themselves a hole. They were not as good against Northwestern. I think Northwestern's probably a little bit better up front than we realize on defense, and they're only going to get better because of how they're coached and how they're formed, how they're built, I guess, if you will. But without their quarterback, it was going to hurt them tonight, obviously.
And speaking of UCLA, they won their 3rd straight today.
Who'd they beat?
Maryland.
Oh man, hey, listen, that guy, Michael Locksley, man. Well, I know these are people's lives. I'm not trying to, but man, how does that guy have a job? I'm sorry, how does the guy have a job, Don? They just every year, it's just,
it's almost like clockwork.
It really is.
Then October comes around. They just need to play 6-game season. They'd be pretty good. They'd be unbeaten in some of those years.
Yeah.
But you got to be done playing by the middle of October.
All right, Paul. Any parting words before we let you go? We appreciate you being here.
3 weeks ago, this did not seem like it was going to be a victory. We thought it was going to be a rout, and then all of a sudden, it turned out not to be. So you just never know what's going to happen in college football nowadays.
Absolutely. Paul, thank you for being here. We appreciate your time. Lisa Donlinger is in the chat. Appreciate Lisa being here. She says, woohoo, go Hawks. Mark was an absolute warrior. So totally agree with the fight we saw from Iowa's quarterback in spite of struggling through the air. And perhaps part of that, Don, you mentioned earlier, receivers not getting open. That's an aspect of this. Receiver play was not great, I think, in general. And I can't speak to the blocking. Those guys are asked to do a lot of blocking, right, Don? Not just in the run game, but,
right.
After a catch.
I do think a lot of hesitancy on the part of both teams tonight, I think. The wind was significant, and it was gusting a lot from time to time. So the wind was tricky.
Yeah. Blake.
A little bit to do with not so many balls downfield.
Blake, thank you as well for being a premium member. He says, still can't believe the boot worked so good. What boot are we referring to here, Don? The boot.
He's probably talking about the goal line touchdown and then
sure. Okay. And then the one to end the game, basically.
Yeah.
Deal. Okay. Yeah, great comment. Alex, springtime. Appreciate springtime, Alex. He says, I forgot to mention, I think we got Penn State's best effort because they have Ohio State and Indiana next. This was their best chance to get a win. You buy into that at all, Don?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if they knocked off one of them.
Yeah.
I mean, remember again, now they're playing free and easy. You think about it, the pressure's going to be on Ohio State, going to be on Indiana. I don't know where they play the game, but certainly in Happy Valley, they especially have a chance to knock them off. When the crowd can make a difference.
Right. Folks, our RTI Threads player of the game tonight, Kamari Moulton, 17 carries, 99 yards, also 2 receptions for 10 yards. Don, almost an identical stat line to last week. Almost identical. Just short of 100 yards, very high yard per carry number, close to 6 tonight, and is effective when he's throwing the ball. Man, he's really coming into his own. He's playing the best football of his career. And, he's got a long way to go, but he's looked like the next really good back for the Hawks. And, you throw in the complimentary, the contributions from Xavier and from even Nate McNeil here and there. It will be interesting to see when Chaz Patterson comes back. And I think Terrell Washington was available tonight. He was not listed as out on the availability report pregame. But, Don, I didn't see Terrell get in the game tonight. Did you?
No, I don't believe so.
So, yeah, juggling, it's a good problem to have, but they got a full backfield. But just talk about Kamari Moulton. He really led them early when the offense was struggling in that first quarter, helping them move the chains. And then in that second half, had some excellent runs. He just seems to have really good patience combined with really good vision and great physicality, good center of gravity. Boy, those are some great intangibles to have in a running back.
I agree. I like how he plays. He's an intelligent runner.
So, again, thank you, Alex, for your super chat. Also, Blake adds, 0 people thought that. Unfortunately, it got blocked and returned for 6. I was more concerned about someone catching and returning for a touchdown from the end zone. That's kind of what Paul said. Yeah, that's a great comment, Blake. And I really didn't have concern about that either, just because I thought that first kick, had Drew legitimately ended up short, I don't think Ferentz would have had him kicked. I think that first kick, he was letting up a little bit because it was well after the whistle. I could be wrong. Don, I know you're not a special teams expert either, but.
Well, I do recall, as I recall, there was a conversation, makes sense there would be, between LeVar and Kirk prior to that decision.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt that LeVar said, Coach, he can get it there. We should give him a chance to do it. I'd be shocked if LeVar didn't recommend that we go with the kick. If only because he's seen Drew make kicks all the time from that distance.
Right. Blake, again, thank you for your super chat. Adam with the super chat, he says, appeared Gronk, Gronowski, was told not to keep it on the zone read in the first half. PSU wasn't covering it as evidenced by the touchdown last play of the game. If you let him run, maybe we put this away earlier. Interesting perspective there. Don, do you believe play calling had something to do with Mark maybe looking a little bit timid or hesitant to carry the football in that first half?
Well, he was more tentative as a runner, that's true. But I think he was just simply trying to figure out exactly what he was capable of doing. Because really, until you get into a full-speed game, practice doesn't really tell you for sure what you're going to be able to accomplish on Saturday night. So I think as the game went on, he gained confidence with his ability to make plays. And you saw a different runner from that point forward.
Sam Corbin, thank you for being a premium member, reminding everybody, 535 commenters on YouTube. We've got 1,337 people watching live right now, Don, because we just opened up Twitter streaming. So we've got almost 900 people watching on Twitter right now. So that's awesome. We appreciate everybody being over there on X, and the plan is to continue to simulcast all of these shows on Twitter. So we've got the kinks worked out there. So we appreciate everybody being here. And if you are watching either on Twitter or on YouTube, please hit that like button. Give us that heart, whatever it is on X. I think it's just a heart or something like that. But please like the post, like the stream. It does help us in the algorithm, and we appreciate all of your comments as well. Let's go back to our phone line, our Iowa Smokehouse line. We've got, Jan here, who was trying to get in earlier. Jan?
Oh, yeah, I was having a little computer problem.
No, you're good. We appreciate you calling in, sir.
It's actually Jan. Good Iowa name.
Whoa, hold on a second. Your name is pronounced Jan?
Yeah, family from Orange City years ago.
Wow.
They're all Dutch up there.
Well, how often does your name get pronounced Jan?
Every day. It's
Every
like that
day.
commercial, that Progressive commercial that they just came out with. The guy's getting coffee, and he's like, Jan. Oh, maybe it's Jan or something like that.
Okay. I do remember that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Good stuff.
No, I love this show. I just dialed in, and I'm going to be in every week. But yeah, couple things. Did you see that pancake block? Whoever Zero was, the linebacker for Penn State, just got smushed in the first half. I think it was Logan Jones. You guys got to look it up. It was unbelievable.
Yes.
So the offensive line, D-line, DBs played great. And the only thing I've been watching this team for years, right? I mean, the program for years, and we don't have a tight end because of injury, unfortunately. So you guys talk a lot about the 2-point conversions. Well, you just don't have, and Vanderzee's healthy. Can you take, and also, did they talk about Howard? Is it Howard, number 7?
Yeah, he got
dinged. Did he get dinged up? Because we need a little bit more of that, I think, to make those plays.
Well, here's my issue, Jan, is in the past, how many years that Iowa has struggled. Now, granted, most of that was during the Brian Ferentz era, not during the Tim Lester era.
Right.
But they struggled to convert 2-point plays every year. And they have great tight ends almost every year.
Can you tell me the last time they converted a 2-point?
Well, I tweeted something out and someone said, no, they converted a flurry of them in 2020. I tried to check this out during the game, and I found one between like 2017 and today. Yeah. But then someone said I was wrong and that there were more examples. So don't hold me to that. But I think you can count them on one hand.
Right. And you know what? I think they can fix it. We just got to get healthy on those 2 spots, because otherwise we're just running.
Well, my only issue there is why does it seem like typically when I was inside the 5, Don, Mark is typically either a decoy with the option or he's a run threat. Why isn't he being like? I'm shocked he wasn't used as a run threat on those 2-point plays tonight.
Yeah,
especially to Jan's point. I don't say no tight end, because I think Hayden Large.
And I'm not complaining. I think that they had so many great things today, but it was a typical Iowa game. How many games have you seen where 1 point, in the last 30 seconds? I mean.
Coach, how much do you attribute 2-point struggles tonight to not having your top tight end and having your ex-RVZ freshly off injury? Dayton Howard goes down with injury, so they don't have maybe those prototypical big options.
Well, here's a play that came to mind for me that Penn State ran 2 or 3 times. You remember when it looks like it might be a sweep, a water play, or an option play with a pitch man out there.
Yeah,
and then what did Penn State do? Inverted option, right? Pitch it to the guy coming from the other side. Did it at least twice for decent yardage. That's a good play, but it's another form of misdirection.
And the first, remind me, I can look it up on the play sheet, but the second 2-point attempt was the KJ Parker fade.
Yeah.
The first one was what?
I'm wondering if it's tight end on the end line. Who was the receiver? I'm not sure who it was.
And it might have been the tight end. It was right to the middle. It was over his head.
Okay.
I think it was 88. Van, I forget his name.
Yeah,
81, I think it was.
Yeah, I don't know that Vanami, was he in there tonight, Don? I don't remember.
I
don't believe he had any target. He's not on the target list. So, was Zach Ortworth out there? Like, I'm assuming he was, but Hayden Large seems to be their top tight end right now. So,
well, and can I make one comment on that? So, sure. Remember the Indiana game when, unfortunately, it just didn't work out because things don't work out, kicking or, just the injury. And I watched a little of the Indiana game today, and another team did that exact same play, or whoever they played today, Michigan State, and they converted for like 30 yards. So it must be a little weakness on Indiana's part, but Hayden Large, they did it today, and it worked out. Granted, they didn't get the first down, but I liked how they changed it up a little bit rather than doing using the running back, because I think they stopped us when we did it once or twice. Did you guys notice that?
What player are we referring to, Don?
The screen. They did a screen. It was like third and like 13 or something like that, and they did to large, and they did the tight end.
Well, that's why I was asking about DJ, because DJ Vanami has been their option. I mean, Y middle screen against Rutgers, Don, produced a huge play, if I'm not mistaken. Right. And I'll have to go back through the participation chart, but I think he's their best option on screen plays. But Don, talk about the screen game.
Well, I wish we're using it, but to me, it was a good play tonight. I think in general they're pretty lenient with the location of the receiver. They'll let him be maybe a yard, or maybe even a little more than a yard downfield, and they'll still let the play go. But there was one play where our screen man was clearly a little bit out in front of our lineman. It was a little disjointed. You know, you need to be sure, of course, that you catch the ball behind your lead blockers. And we messed that one up a little bit. I will give Tim credit for making good use of Caden Wiggins tonight as a decoy. Did you notice several times we had movement in the backfield with Caden back there, and then the next thing you know, it was our running back that was hitting it on the other side. So we were using the flow of the play to give us a misdirection look with the back. Several of those plays hit for good yardage with him as a decoy. But he's a threat every time he's back there, of course, because they have to honor the fact that he might end up with the ball.
Anything else, Jan?
No, I'm excited for the end of the year. So thanks. I'll be tuning in.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you calling in tonight. All right, good stuff. And hopefully we're getting the stream out to some new people. Again, we've been on YouTube and simulcasting on, of course, main channel from the Hawkeye of the Storm and Iowa football at the Voice of College Football for a long time, but we wanted to open things up to more viewers that are more comfortable and in their space over there on X. So VMS Bigot says, Don, do you have a room in your house that doesn't have a football? Well,
yes, I do.
I was going to ask you if there was footballs in the bathroom, but don't answer that, Don.
No.
VMS Bigot has become a YouTube member. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. We do appreciate your support. They add interception isn't a 3 and out, Don.
Well, if it's an interception on second down, I got news for you, buddy. If it's on second down, it's a 2 and out.
It's a 2 and out.
If it's on first down, it's a 1 and out. You get my drift?
M. Wilmot 79 says, hit that like button, guys. Yes, please hit the like button, folks. Takes 2 seconds. You can continue to watch the show. Hit the like if you're listening after the fact. You got the audio streaming on Spotify, Apple, wherever. Give us a 5-star review. Comment. Do what you can to share the stream out, to share the podcast with others. John Gnap brings up Xavier Wampa's. Xavier Wampa should be the player of the game. He's saying he should be the player of the game with 10 tackles, 1 pick, forced fumble. And I almost gave Xavier the Big Grove big play of the day, Don. The only reason I didn't is because of what happened when Iowa was down, 5 late in the game. And that was Mark Gronowski's 67-yard run to the Penn State 8 with under 5 to go. I almost gave it to Xavier, John. I promise I did. But our Big Grove big play of the game is Mark Gronowski's 67-yard run late in the 4th quarter.
And let's give a huge assist to TJ on that interception. Because he was right there on the receiver.
And I believe it was Xavier Williams working down the field for Mark, running with him. His legs, he definitely slowed down there at the end, Don. Talk about what happened on that play. Why did it open up? It's very rare you see any quarterback run for 67.
Well, you got to sell it to begin with. If you get a little too anxious and you come rolling down there a little too quick, then they smell a rat and they react to it. So you gotta be patient, sell the fake, and then go. And you gotta be good to hide the ball, of course, away from the defense too. But Mark did all those things. It was well executed.
It almost feels good. I mean, I'm not saying he didn't have confidence. I know Tom said that Mark made the comment after the game that, yeah, I've had confidence on the ground throughout this whole injury ordeal. But, Don, doesn't it kind of feel good? You'd have to think it feels good from his perspective, from Tim Lester's perspective, from Kirk's perspective, to see Mark make a play like that and to have Mark rattle off 130 rush yards.
Absolutely.
That's got to feel good coming off an injury. I mean, can you speak to any ball carrier, but a mobile quarterback especially, coming off an injury like this?
Well, I'll be honest, based on watching him against Wisconsin, even when he broke free, I still didn't realize that he was going to be able to run for that distance because he actually had most of his speed back. He was clearly not nearly as prepared to make that run last Saturday as he was tonight.
Yeah.
Looks to me like he was close to 100%.
For a quarterback that's dual threat, Don, you take away half of that. Doesn't that affect them as a whole? Isn't that going to affect your psyche a little bit if you become one-dimensional and you're used to having two dimensions? It's not like Tom Brady, who is used to being, he's a pocket passer, he's not a threat to run. What does that do to a mobile quarterback if all of a sudden they lose that ability to be dual threat and hurt a team?
I'm sure they feel it's a little bit like trying to fight with one hand tied behind your back. You know, you feel like you don't have all your weapons.
Yeah.
But tonight, Mark was loaded for. He wasn't loaded for Barry. He was loaded for Nittany Lion.
Who is the best mobile quarterback you coached, Don? As a head coach, as a position coach, best dual threat guy?
Well, we had a guy in Western that was really good. Russ Mickner was his name. Kind of reminds me a lot of Mark. He was strong. He got out of linebacker mentality. He was tough. Very, very bright. He played in the NFL for a while too, and he should have played longer. He probably got all the arena ball records that there are for the Chicago arena ball team. He was the franchise for them, but he really should have played in the NFL longer. He was only in there a couple of years, and then really kind of got a bad treatment. I would say out of the Rams. They made a mistake back then, and we don't need to get into it, but it's unfortunate. They didn't really treat him the way they should have. Say it that way. He deserved better.
Big Grove's big play of the day. Quarterback Mark Gronowski's 67-yard scamper down inside the Penn State 10 with 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go in the fourth. Eventually, Iowa got the go-ahead touchdown, and that ended up being all she wrote. The Hawkeyes win 25-24. A reminder to shop RTI Threads. RTI Threads, proud sponsor of our postgame coverage here from the Hawkeye of the Storm. Support the great athletes behind the Hawkeye victories. Athletes like Aaron Graves, Zach Lutmer, Jacob Gill, Carson Shire. All of their merchandise lines at rtithreads.com/NIL. The link is in our description if you're watching on YouTube or if you're listening via Spotify, Apple, Amazon, etc. RTI Threads. Shop the official apparel lines of Hawkeyes, Aaron Graves, Zach Lutmer, Jacob Gill, and Carson Shire. rtithreads.com/NIL. And yes, I'm wearing the Zach Lutmer shirt tonight. This is a Nike dry fit that for me is all season. So check out your options and maybe get ready for some gift giving here in the next few weeks as well as we get down into a very busy football and basketball overlap. All right, let's go back to our phone line. We've got our Iowa Smokehouse call line still full. Looks like we lost. Let's see, who did we lose? We lost somebody. We're going to go to Ryan because he's next in the queue. Ryan, you've been here a long time waiting. Thank you for being patient. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, gentlemen. How are you?
We're doing good. Don, how are you?
I couldn't be much better.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. Kirk made history again. He broke his own record. Every win he has is a new record, so that's always a good thing. 209. We beat to death the field goal before halftime. I guess I will just briefly say what I did not like about that call was 55 was the long for Stevens in his career. That doesn't mean that he wouldn't be capable of 58 or whatever. You're 11 yards further than that. I thought at that moment in time, your best bet would have possibly have been a Hail Mary, where it's either going to be incomplete or intercepted. If it's intercepted, it's essentially a punt. And, Penn State probably still wouldn't have a chance to score going into the half. Throughout I agree with Corey on the third quarter 2-point conversion. I thought it was way too early. Other teams that have demonstrated an ability to be more successful, I could understand that call a little bit better. But, honestly, I can't really remember when we got our last 2-point conversion. It's been a really long time. My question, though, mainly for Coach, is the naked bootleg we saw for the touchdown and the play that kind of sealed the game reminded me a lot of Chuck Long at Michigan State in '85. And wouldn't that be possibly a good play call for a 2-point conversion? And what other plays, Coach, if you were the OC, if you're Tim Lester on this team, what plays would you draw up to better improve our chances on 2-point conversions?
Well, the fundamental question you have to ask, are they likely to be playing zone or man? It really all starts with that. I do recall a game against Wisconsin years ago. Corey, you heard me talking about it. We used the 2-point play. It worked. We came back again, needed another 2-point. We used it. It worked again. Next drive, the game-winning drive, we got 4th and goal at the 3-yard line. We ran a play. We're successful with that. Then Hayden said, give me the 2-point play. I said, we just ran the last of the 2-point plays of 4th and goal at the 3. That is effectively a 2-point play, right? Mm-hmm. Except it's a 6-point play because it's 4th down. And his response, I wouldn't tell you exactly what he said, but fundamentally he said, I don't care about all that. Give me a call. That was a nice way to put it. Give me a call. I said, Coach, I don't know if it's going to be zone or man. All I can think of, let's go all purpose. We ran a play that was all purpose. If it was man coverage, it was 2 under, 1 tight end rubbing for the other tight end. And if it was zone, the 2 under was with the tight ends, and the motion receiver, the wide receiver, was on the end line. So it was all purpose because 2 under meant take the tight end on the run route. If it was zone, look for the wide receiver on the end line. It was zone. We had the receiver on the end line. His name was Anthony Dean. And he'd hardly played that much up until that point in the season because he was the backup to a guy named Dayton Hughes.
Oh, yeah.
And that very day, Dayton had become, set a new school record for all-time career receptions. Then he sprained an ankle. The backup goes in. The backup is the hero of the game because he caught the touchdown. He also caught a couple of balls on that last drive to put us in position to win. And then after all that, he caught the 2-point play too. You can go look it up. I don't know what the year was. I can't remember. But just Google Anthony Dean versus Wisconsin.
What was the backup's name? Do you remember?
I'm sorry?
The backup's name?
Anthony Dean.
Anthony Dean, sure.
D-E-A-N.
Yep. I remember him. The last question I have, although I was all in all impressed with the defense today, one thing that has been bothering me a little bit about this year's unit, especially, do we lead the nation in near miss sacks where we're breaking through, we're putting pressure on the guy, but they seem to be slithering away, making gains or passing out of it, or we miss tackle. It seems like several times we are nearly getting a sack, but we don't finish the job. Is that a fair way to put it?
Well, I think we got to give some credit to the quarterback on the other team. You've heard me talk about quarterbacks that are able to extend plays. Let me say it this way. The guy tonight was pretty mobile. He was a pretty good runner. He proved that on the third play of the game for them when he made several guys miss. And did you see last night's game in the Big Ten?
No, I did not.
Corey, you probably saw some of it, didn't you?
Yes.
Are you talking about Nebraska?
Yeah, you know what I'm going to say. Guess who gave up 9 sacks last night?
Yep.
Oh,
Because the guy's got a big arm, but he's a very average runner. And they're paying a price for the fact that he's not that mobile.
But he's also I think just to piggyback on that a little bit, Dylan Raiola also, I think, gets a little scramble happy. He likes to try to look like he's Pat Mahomes in a couple of different ways. And he sometimes just flushes out of the pocket too soon. But 9 sacks. And that's a Minnesota defense.
And part of the problem, let me not put it all on him. Part of the problem is with pass protection too, of course.
Yeah.
But Nebraska's got to solve some of that because you've heard us say a sack is a drive killer. Well, if you gave up 9 sacks, I'm pretty sure you're going to lose the game. I don't care who you are.
yeah, I would just – I know I think it was Llewellyn had a sack today, but this unit hasn't really had the sacks that I think we're used to seeing in years past. All in all, though, I will say the defense as a whole is better than what I thought it would be. I was actually kind of concerned about the defense coming into this year. And, of course, I put a lot of trust in Phil. But all in all, we are shaping up to having a good season. I mean, I'm pretty sure we would beat Ames if we played them today. We almost beat Indiana. We probably should have beaten Indiana. And if Gronowski doesn't get hurt, who knows? Oregon will be obviously a concern, but anything can happen at Kinnick. So I don't think there's a time on that game yet either, right?
They gotta. I think we can all agree on this. They gotta play better than they did tonight.
Oh, no question.
It's just survive in advance, right? They won tonight, but they got to play. They're not going to beat USC in LA if they play like they did tonight. They're not going to beat Oregon and Kinnick if they play like they did tonight. I'm convinced of that.
Well, and not to be Debbie Downer here, but name one time we went to the West Coast and played well.
Yeah, I mean,
we just don't.
The
UCLA team was trash, and they made us look terrible.
They did go to the Holiday Bowl and beat the doors off of USC in 2019, but a bowl game's a little different because you have a little bit more lead up out there, and it's not a short week. It's not a travel and then you got to play here. That's a long period in between getting there and adjusting, and then you play. So,
Arizona State in 2004.
Arizona in 2010.
Right.
So
I mean that when those 4 teams go in the conference, that's the first thing I thought of is we just do not. You made the comment earlier about how Oregon seems to, go across the country and it doesn't bother them. That hasn't been us traditionally.
Hey, or I was going to say that Iowa basketball has not done well out there.
But we actually, if Iowa basketball was a stock, I'd be buying that up big time right now.
Yeah.
Well, guys, thank you very much for your time, and go Hawks. And can't stand the Gophers. So looking for a good two-score win next week.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate the time as always, sir. All right. Let's see. We got a couple of super chats. One from Hugo Main. Caller was right about Drew Stevens, too cocky for talent. Okay. Eric Dale says, regarding the blocked field goal, it appeared some of the linemen left their blocks too early to cover a potential return of the field goal attempt.
I don't think that's an issue. There's no way our linemen are going to be coming off the ball anywhere near when it's blocked. Well, first priority is protection, then you cover.
They're not. Nobody was catching that guy. No. He had momentum going that direction. He's the only guy with momentum going that direction, and he picked it up like I don't know. He
on the run, he hardly even slowed down, right?
Yeah, he didn't. He really didn't. It reminded me of Adrian Claiborne after his block punt in 2009 in Happy Valley. Blake says the 2-point attempts were terrible play calls, especially the second one, and Xavier Williams played hard-nosed tonight. Impressed. So thank you for all those comments, Blake. I agree. I think we can agree on play calling on 2-point plays. It needs to be better. But he also wants to know, were you talking about an illegal formation for Penn State?
No, I was devastating. Maybe that's why I was offside. Is he thought that one of those tight ends was on the ball. But the more I thought about it, it appears that both of them were off the ball.
Yeah.
Side by side. And it was imbalanced, right? We had 3 linemen on the left.
Yes.
Only 2 on, wait a minute. It was unbalanced. I believe there was only a right tackle on the right side.
Yep.
Okay.
Tim, on the replay, you could see they got good penetration at that distance. He has to kick more of a line drive. Yep, we get that. John says, Corey, just out of curiosity, would you be willing to watch more Iowa baseball and softball and cover them a little more as you do for basketball? I would love to say yes on that, John. The problem is we got to have eyeballs, and that's hard. We're trying to begin more wrestling coverage here, so stay tuned on that, but one thing at a time. But I do appreciate you wanting more coverage. I think that's great, and I would love to be able to provide more. Erica Goldberg would be interested in knowing which key analytics we won tonight. She also wants a Hayden Fry story before bedtime. So Don, we'll try to get to the Fry story. I'll make a note here, but Don, give us some key analytics and who won the key analytics tonight.
Well, you'll find this interesting. One of the things I routinely do, you have the Big Ten analytics that cover all the games that are played. Prior to this weekend, we had played 28 games in the Big Ten, talking about Big Ten versus Big Ten. So we have those analytics, which are nice to know. Incidentally, that prediction model from last year is at the same 96% level right now as it was a year ago. Right now in the 28 games, there's 1 tie. Otherwise, the record is 26-1. Only 1 exception game out of the first 28 games. So that's good, because that's only 5 parameters, and the rule's pretty simple. You need to win more of those 5 parameters than the other team. And as we've discussed, Corey, if you know what they are, it gives you a better chance to win them, right? Because you know what's important. But here's where it gets interesting. I also zeroed in on Penn State's games. And all I really did was look at the last 3 games for obvious reasons. A loss, and a loss. And all I did was look, are there any parameters that all 3 of those teams won that just now finished up with beating Penn State? The answer, there were 6 parameters, believe it or not, that all 3 of them won. And what made it interesting, all those parameters that were in that category were parameters that related to old-fashioned football. Let me give you an example of what some of them were. One of them was rushing attempts. One of them was turnover margin. All 3 of them were only +1. but all three of them beat Penn State on turnover margin. One of them was first downs. One of them was time of possession. What's left? I can't remember. I don't have them in front of me. But that gives you an idea. So my point in summarizing it all three teams have one thing in common. They used an old-fashioned recipe to beat Penn State. And to put it into words, run the ball, protect the ball, and do a good job. I don't know what the other one was. Total number of plays. All three of them snapped the ball more times than Penn State offense. And then last but not least, get them off the field. Now, we didn't do a great job of that. They converted really well on critical downs against us. It seemed that way. Isn't that true?
Yeah, it felt that way. Yes.
It felt that way. I'm pretty sure it was true. I haven't had a chance to look at them, but I've got them pulled up now. So let's see what that says. Third down conversions, they were 8 for 20. I'm combining them third and fourth down. 6 for 16 plus 2 of 4. 8 for 20. 40%. That's pretty good because any number of them were medium and long. How did we do in comparison? We were 4 for 10. No fourth downs, all third down. 4 for 10. So on paper, we were a push. We were more than 40%.
Don, I have to share this stat with you real quick. This just came across my screen.
Okay.
Credit to, let's see, Aaron Marner. I don't know who he works for now. I think he's an Iowa State guy, but this is an interesting stat. Iowa's now 5-2. The Hawkeyes have not beaten a team with a single win in conference play. Do you realize that? That's crazy. That's a wild stat, Don.
Does it mean at the time we played them, or they still haven't won a conference game?
No, they still have not won a conference game. So Iowa beat UMass.
Well, it won't be true after next week, will it? Because the Gophers won against Nebraska.
But Iowa's got to beat them.
I know.
So Iowa is.
UMass
is 0-3 in the MAC. Albany is 0-3 in the CAA. Let's see. Wisconsin's 0-4 in the Big Ten. Rutgers is 0-4 in the Big Ten. Penn State is 0-4. Those are wild stats, Don, when you really think about it.
Yeah.
Your reaction to that?
Well, I can say in defense, there haven't been that many conference games yet.
Yeah.
And some of them have been against really, really good teams.
Right. Kyle says Aaron Gray's fourth down stop on 4th and 1, where they tried quick play was absolutely insane. He dove on the ground immediately when the snap happened, stuffed it.
That's good coaching too. Did you see what they did? Did they show it on replay?
No, you'd have to remind me of that play.
It was a really good deceptive move. The guy that looked like he was in the gun for the snap, he's looking back to the bench and gesturing to them. That was just a diversion. In the meantime, the motion man, all of a sudden, he stops, takes the snaps. He's the guy that snuck the ball. Very deceptive play. Somehow we hit it in the head. That was impressive that we did, because if you go back and look at it, you'll be like, wow, that's pretty good what they did. Because the guy that you thought was going to get the ball didn't get it. It was the other guy that got it.
Jet Pilot says, sorry if this was covered. I just got home from the game watch. Why was Mark overthrowing his passes down the field?
I don't have a good explanation, because it is his left knee that had the sprain. Is that right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, maybe it's got something to do with that. You hear me say, the best way to overthrow is typically to overstride. So, when you push off your back foot, obviously you step with your front foot, with your lead foot, right?
Yeah.
But if you overstride, the tendency is to overthrow. And also, for that matter, if you understride, the tendency is to underthrow. So, kind of hard to imagine that was the reason. I'm going to give assign some blame to our inaccuracy tonight to the wind, because the wind really did gust a little bit, and it was blowing. I think most quarterbacks struggle a little bit because of the wind.
All right, let's go back to our Iowa Smokehouse call line. We've got Vincent here with us. Vincent, welcome to the show.
Hey guys, good evening. I'm just going to kind of start out with some call outs, Corey, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So I just want to call out some of the Iowa fan base on. I guess the first one is the field goal attempt. Here we are for the last good 4 to 5 years. We're hoping to have some better signs of offense. And then when Kirk goes ahead and makes the call, and Don said the same thing, we should absolutely be trying for that field goal, especially when you have a kicker in Stevens that has that leg strength. And I've been critical of Stevens. Even tonight, he's got another miss. But the point is can we just stop with the we shouldn't have done this. That was a bad play. We should have been throwing a Hail Mary makes zero sense. Throwing a Hail Mary at the 50-yard line or whatever it was, but just
I agree with you. I don't know what people want. I don't know what people want.
Why the hell would you? Why would you not? The only risk now, granted, like, and Corey, you pointed this out earlier. I'm being critical, and I'm sorry, but I get tired of hearing of it, especially from the same fan base that's like, we have no offense, we don't go for specific points when the circumstances come up. This is exactly that. But just like tonight, generally the worst thing that happens, and the reason you're kicking it there, and Don would say the same thing, you're kicking it because you're thinking in your head, okay, even if it's missed, you have a kicker that can clearly get it there, and if it's missed, time runs out, and it's half. That's it. Why the hell not kick it?
If it's blocked, how rare is a blocked kick to be returned all the way to the house?
That's exactly right. And to your point earlier, it's not even fluky. If you did that 99 times out of 100, or 100 times, 99 times, it's either going to be just a missed field goal, or maybe possibly short. But we've seen Stevens hit 55-yarders with almost 10 yards to spare. So just like Don said, all of us had confidence that it would get there. Nobody thought that would happen. It's just, that's the ebbs and flows of a football game. Shit happens. Pardon my language, but that's just.
Let's just be happy that it didn't cost them the team.
Be happy Kirk's going for it, because the last 4 to 5 years we're having the exact opposite argument of.
But
why didn't Kirk?
It sounds like he's very regretful for going.
He has nothing. I was applauding, even though that happened. I thought, because I'm just getting ready to I was getting ready to hop in the shower, get a quick shower at halftime. I'm like, well, we went for the kick. Was I expecting that to happen? No, but it did. But at least, Kirk was going for the points, because we'd have been up at that point 13-7.
Yep.
Nobody would have had a care in the world. They just said, hey, Kirk, everybody would have been clapping at home saying, hey, good for you. But no, now we want to complain about it or say we should have thrown a Hail Mary. That makes no damn sense. And sorry not to be overly critical, but that's just.
Like I told you, Vincent, if it had been blocked at the line of scrimmage and the ball had went, 5-10 yards like it normally does on a field goal block, nobody would have cared either. But they wouldn't have. They'd have just been like, "Oh, they tried for a 66-yarder. We didn't think it was going to go anyways." Like, no, I agree with you. I don't think Kirk will do it again, but I'd love for him to.
Every time.
I know that sounds crazy, but the next time they have a 65-yarder at the end of the half, I'd say the same thing: kick the darn field goal.
Don, I'll ask you, because you're in that position. You're going to kick that field goal, even with the short practice, quote unquote, practice kick. I would still kick it again. And Don, I'm asking you. You were in that position. Would you have kicked? You'd probably kick that 9 times out of 10, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Give yourself a chance.
And some of these people that are saying that was a dumb call, they weren't saying it at the time. They're saying it now.
Right.
And hindsight is always 20/20.
Well, they're just being reactionary. And it's the same thing with Gronowski. Like, can we stop there, please, too? Like, people are being uber critical of Gronowski. Oh, he only threw for 80 yards. Do you see what we had the last 5 years? We had, and I'm not trying to disrespect Petrus, but I'm not trying to disrespect him or Sullivan or any of the quarterbacks prior, but we actually have better quarterback play and a quarterback that actually has a ability and a threat to run, and we're still not happy. Like what are we complaining about, folks? I don't get. Is he 100% accurate? No, the guy's on. He's got a blown out left tire. Give him some slack. Give him some credit. And we're 5-2. We just got to win over Penn State. Like, what is it that these folks want as fans? Like at some point, you got to stop. That's all I'm saying.
No, I can agree with you wholeheartedly. I like I said, hindsight is always hindsight, but after the kick was blocked, I was like, I wish they hadn't done that, but
I'd have kicked it again.
No, I agree. I mean,
I'd have kicked it again.
Well, next week, like I say, next week at the end of the first half, he ain't gonna do it. But if it's a 65-yarder, I'd say, all right, Drew.
I just wanted to kind of start out with that because I've been on hold for, which I know it's just part of the game, Corey, but I'm sitting here stewing on this and I keep hearing people in the chat or either calling in. The Hail Mary thing just kind of irritates me because I don't know where we're even coming up with that. But anyway, moving on. How did you like Lester's play or his game plan and his play calling for this game? How'd you guys like it?
That's a great question. I'll just give my 2 cents, Don, and I'll let you go because you're the play caller here. But my analysis of, or at least the feel I had of Tim Lester's performance during this game was that I thought it was a rough first half. I just thought, there was some, I think, fair criticism that the run game was working and he kind of went away from it. And, Kamari Moulton was really the only thing working offensively in that first quarter. And then I think he threw the ball like 4 of the next 5 downs. I mean, that's the hard thing because if you're running the ball well, Don, and you get a first down and you've been running the ball every play, you get a first down. Okay, now we're going to throw to mix it up. But if you don't get that, if you don't complete something there, now all of a sudden you're behind the chains and it's 2nd and 10. And now, okay, do we run the ball? Do we throw to get out of here? And it can kind of become a snowball effect. But I thought as the game went on, especially down the stretch, Tim, I don't think it was his best day with the headset on. But I think he obviously some timely calls down the stretch, and I give him a passing grade, Don. It wasn't his best performance of the season as a play caller.
Well, one thing that was indicative of a good game plan, and the last 2 games now, we've made an effort to get the ball in the hands of number 21, and that's a good thing. Now, we've had modest results on offense the last 2 weeks, right? We just touched the ball, hadn't produced a ton of yards yet, but we all know he's more than capable of busting a play on offense as well as in the kicking game. The other new wrinkle that came up tonight, we did a good job of using Caden as a decoy. There were times when there was a fake involving him and the ball going out the other side of the formation. And those plays seemed to produce good yardage. Go back and look at the tape. And a number of times when he was a faking back and our running back was actually carrying the ball. And those in general were good plays. I think there are at least 3 or 4 of them in the game.
Anything else, Spencer?
Oh, no, I thought it was actually a pretty decent called game. I just thought that Lester did have PSU not necessarily guessing, but just with the misdirection, especially having Caden in motion in the backfield, it was kind of messing with how PSU was filling gaps. I just thought that they did a pretty good job. But also Kamari Moulton, can we give that kid a ton of credit? He's running super hard, great vision. Or just running phenomenal right now. And the last thing I'll leave you with or say is, do you guys think Fickle is still coaching Wisconsin Monday?
No. I don't. Vincent, I don't think he's going to make it through tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't get a chance. I saw it on the ticker at the bottom of the screen. It was 34-0. I'm like, ooh.
I mean, they're a disaster. They are a disaster.
I did hear from a Wisconsin fan. He's an Iowa fan, but he lives in Wisconsin. I'll say it that way. That they're going to be able to save a lot of money if they'll wait until December 1st.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any truth to that, but I did hear that from a decent source.
Well, then they would be foolish to let him go tomorrow. I just think, man. Now, I will say this. Minnesota got their car dinged in by Ohio State a few weeks ago, right? Or was it last week, 42-3 or whatever it was? And then they responded by beating Nebraska. So losing to Ohio, there's no shame in losing to Ohio State by a lot. But when you get shut out 2 weeks in a row in conference play, not a good look. Getting shut out in general is not a good look. Even Minnesota avoided a shutout against the Buckeyes. So,
right.
And to your point, Vincent, Kamari Moulton, phenomenal. I just think he's clearly their best back.
Oh,
there's
gotcha.
a reason why he was their top back heading into the season. I know he got hurt. And, we don't know what he would have been last year had Caleb Johnson not come on the way he did. But remember, he was atop the depth chart heading into 2024. And everybody was like, oh, Corey, you were an idiot for saying he was on the depth chart. He was at the top of the depth chart last year. Nobody knew what Caleb Johnson was going to do what he did. And now this is Kamari Moulton's backfield. The good news is they've got depth. Omar Young.
Junior?
Say that again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Is Kamari a junior or is he a sophomore?
I knew you'd ask me that.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just thinking about that because it seems like yesterday he was a freshman. He is a sophomore.
Sophomore. Okay.
Yeah, isn't that something? So he's a redshirt sophomore. So he played in 4 games in 2023. So, boy, that's the way to use the redshirt, right? Play him 4 games if you can. And they're going to get him. I mean, if he continues into his trajectory, I know this is too early. Yeah, he stays healthy. He's a little undersized, Don, at 5'9".
Right.
But he can play in the league. I mean,
he doesn't. He doesn't run 5'9". That he just the ability he has to squirt through holes. It's impressive. And I'll be honest with you, at the start of the season, I'm like, well, I'm kind of curious who anybody else behind Kamari might look like. I just wasn't sold on him yet, but man, has he proved me wrong. Another quick question I had: do you guys think if Drew Aller doesn't go out with a season-ending injury, do you still think Franklin's out?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think that has anything to do with it, frankly.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And then lastly, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to rattle some stuff off. I know PSU or the talks are that supposedly it's I'm having a brain fart. Nebraska's head coach. What's his name? Corey
Rule. It's not going to be Rule.
I hope not, because everybody keeps saying that. Look at what he's doing with Nebraska. He's done nothing different with Nebraska than Bo Pelini has, and I think Bo Pelini was a better coach than.
I hope it is. You know what? I hope it is Matt Rule, because I think that hurts Nebraska and that hurts Penn State. I think it's great for Iowa if it is Matt Rule.
He was good at Baylor. He was good at Temple. It just hasn't transitioned, I think, anywhere else he's gone. NFL, just the same.
Well, Penn State is a totally different level of job. I had this conversation with somebody the other day. Like, Penn State's a totally different level of job. And I heard somebody I heard somebody suggest last night on Mark Rogers' show, Pat Fitzgerald. And I'm like, yeah, why wouldn't you go for Pat Fitzgerald?
Everybody says he's waiting for Kirk to retire, though. Everybody says Pat's kind of sitting in the wings for Kirk to. Todd, that's what I've heard.
But he's not going to sit around for 4 or 5 more years if Kirk, stays here for that. You're telling me he's not going to coach somewhere else in that time? I mean,
well, his son is here, though.
Yeah, well, that's because. Well, I'm not saying that. We don't know where his son will go in a year. If Pat Fitzgerald takes the job at Penn State, why wouldn't his son's a walk-on? His son can walk on anywhere.
I don't know. My first thought was they were really going to try to go after Cignetti just because you could tell they want immediate results. But then Cignetti just signed a 100-year deal worth $93 million or something like that.
So who are you going to go? This is the conversation I continue to have with Mark. Who are you going to go after that is proven? Like, if you want this person that's more proven than James Franklin, so somebody who's bringing home championships, who are you going to get? Nick Saban?
I don't know. No, I don't know. That's
there aren't people out there like that. Like, there really are not. Like Lane Kiffin, can you somehow poach him from Ole Miss? Maybe he's a candidate. Can you get, like, you're not going to get Ryan Day from Ohio State. Sharon Moore's not a candidate. I'm trying to think of, like, who are you going to get? Dan Lanning? He's not going to take the Penn State job.
No.
Lincoln Riley's not going from USC to go coach at Penn State. Don, give me some other names in here, because I just don't know what, to me, the best candidates out there right now would be Pat Fitzgerald, A. B, I don't think it's, I think maybe a guy like PJ, even though I don't like PJ, I think.
Oh no.
Why don't you like the idea of PJ?
No. I watched I watched the presser for the AD for Penn State, and he was very specific. Did you get a chance to watch his
I watched. Yes, I did watch that.
So he was very specific. He's like, these are expectations, and I have at my disposal the resources, meaning the money. I have at my disposal the resources to go get somebody who can help us win now. That was in essence what he was saying.
Just want to know who that is. Where are you going?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not PJ Fleck. It certainly isn't. Why do I keep forgetting that? Or Matt? It certainly isn't Matt Rule. And again, I really thought Signetti, just because of what he had done. But after Signetti signed an extension with Indiana, I'm on the same page as you. I have no idea. No idea who they're going to go.
Brought up last night Bob Stoops. Like, yeah, like there's one. Like, if you could just like somehow convince Bob to come out of retirement, yeah, he would be the guy. But like, there are very few of those guys. Nick Saban, Bob Stoops, and then I don't know after that. If you want a win now guy, Lane Kiffin, maybe there's your top three that are in that big name category that you might be able to convince to come.
Heupel from Tennessee, maybe.
Heupel, but what has Heupel done at Tennessee? They made it the playoff and got beat soundly. But I mean, I don't know that he's a win now. Like, is he a better candidate than James Franklin? Like, is he a bigger name, more of a win now option than James Franklin? Has he won more there than James Franklin won at Penn State? I don't know.
Well, Oklahoma wants Heupel too, though. So don't forget he's a Heupel, or he's a Oklahoma grad that took him to a national championship. But to your point, I don't know. And I'm sorry, I want you to get other callers on. The only other thing I was going to say, Corey, is I caught Kirk's press conference on Tuesday. And I know you've been harping on the time management, and sure enough, they get to you on the question, and your first thing to Kirk was, "Can you please tell me who in the hell manages your guys' clock management?" Because now, granted, you didn't say who the hell, but it is piss poor. And I'm like, Corey is sure enough to his word, and that's the first question he asks.
It was a fair question, and
he gave you an answer. Yeah,
he was fine about it. He wasn't. I wasn't trying to get him. I want to know who's making the calls on those.
No, I get you.
He didn't really, like, he said, well, we got a guy with a card, and we for different scenarios, and but we all confer. The way he answered, here's my reaction to what he said. To me, it sounds a little chaotic, kind of like it looks in clock management situations. Like, well, we have a guy with a card, but we all kind of confer. It's like that might be the problem. The problem is you have too many cooks in the kitchen. You got too many people in your ear. That's at least what I gathered from what he said.
Yeah,
they need one guy, like what Bob Diaco said to a guy named Coach Don Patterson one time. Donnie's our clock management guy. No one else. That's it. Like, but you got to have confidence in somebody. That's why I've said it's been so bad for so long. They may just need to hire someone different in some role. Someone that, because here's the deal. Don, couldn't that be an analyst? It wouldn't have to be a coach. And it can be an analyst up in the box. It doesn't have to be somebody you hire onto the staff as a coach. It can just be somebody with Tim Lester up in the box with a card sheet that understands clock, and that is a clock management specialist, as opposed to these other analysts that you hire on for other reasons. You could hire somebody just for clock management and game management, could you not?
Well, you could, but truthfully, there's so many people working in conjunction with football that are fundamentally doing the job of an analyst right now. Why not simply designate one of them?
Well, somebody, I just think somebody has to know what they're doing.
Right.
You know,
Don, tell Kirk to bring you in. Say, Kirk, I'm here. I'm here every weekend. Don't just bring me in the building. Just have an unlimited supply of caffeinated coffee, and I'm here.
Yeah, you talking about me or Don?
Don.
Okay.
Don did it in the past. Might as well do it again.
Yeah. Well.
Anyway, guys, thank you so much for the time. And I know it's late. Don, Corey, thank you so much as always. Right. And the last thing I'm gonna say is, for goodness sakes, can we not have any more games on Peacock? I don't know how many times you have to refresh that darn app, or it's bouncing around. Did you guys catch that? It's either catching a.
I have not had any issues with Peacock.
Well, you probably have some kind of under the table deal then with them.
Oh, yeah.
Ours is hot garbage, and every time I pull it on, if I had a concrete shoe to throw at my TV, I would, but I'm constantly having to exit, get back, and I hope this is the last game on Peacock. But guys, have a good night. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Vincent. I will say it was interesting. Like the first 5 minutes of the broadcast, you could hear the crowd and the sound effects for Peacock, but Don, you could not hear Paul Burmeister and Michael Robinson. And for some reason, NBC didn't stop them. Like the entire intro for the first 5 minutes of the broadcast, there were no mics, but they went over to them and they're talking into their mics, but there's no mics, but everything else is working. So it's not the stream, it's their microphones. It was sort of odd, but anyways, hey, it's on the screen. RTI Threads player of the game is Kamari Moulton, 17 carries on the night, 99 yards. Also had a pair of receptions for a total of 10 yards. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, this is our final break of the show tonight. When we come back, we'll get to our final callers of the night and our final comments of the night as we continue to recap Iowa's 25-24 victory over the Penn State Nittany Lions. We'll be right back. Straight from the man cave, Kinnick under the kitchen. Randy Engel, a longtime supporter of the Hawkeyes and from the Hawkeye of the Storm, has created so much licensed, authentic, original Hawkeye artwork featuring so many of your favorite Hawkeyes. From Brad Banks to Reese Vanderzee, from Chuck Long to Caleb Johnson to Spencer Lee, and the list goes on and on. Be sure you check out the Under the Kitchen art stand each year at Fry Fest. Visit Under the Kitchen on Facebook and check out the entire selection of signed and unsigned prints available at underthekitchen.square.site. That's underthekitchen.square.site. Check out Under the Kitchen today and get your authentic, original Hawkeye print. In addition to Under the Kitchen, we want to extend this very special thank you to Brad Van Meter and his State Farm team down in Des Moines. Of course, you can call Brad on Monday morning, and he can help you save great amounts of money on life insurance, auto insurance, boat, motorcycle, health insurance, whatever the case may be. He can navigate you in the right direction. He and his great Hawkeye team down there at 4229 Fleur Drive in Des Moines, ready to save you and your family great amounts of money. www.bradvanmeter.com, or give Brad and his team a call, 515-256-6480. That's Brad Van Meter and his State Farm team in Des Moines. Also, Iowa Smokehouse down in southern Iowa, south central Iowa. Visit Iowa Smokehouse online at iowasmokehouse.com. Make your selection, whether it be their thick and tender cuts of beef jerky, their meat sticks, their salsas, their barbecue sauces, their ketchups. It's all delicious, great paired with your favorite bourbon or beer, whatever the case may be, whatever floats your boat on game day. Use that code Hawkeyes for 15% off your order and find out how tasting is believing. That's the slogan. That's the reality. Tasting is believing with Iowa Smokehouse, and you spend $50, you'll get free shipping to your doorstep. Again, use that code Hawkeyes at iowasmokehouse.com for 15% off your order. Iowa Smokehouse. All right, we are back here with Coach Don Patterson, and well, Don, you disappeared. There you go. We're back. Don, a couple comments in the chat before we get to our final callers. We've got several people still waiting, but the super chat from Erica. What did you guys think of officiating? The question was asked of me earlier, what I thought of officiating. I thought it was fine overall. I thought there were a couple of spots that might have been suspect on, but what did you think of the Zebras tonight?
Yeah, that's the only question I had. It seemed like Penn State a couple of times was the beneficiary of a very favorable spot.
Yeah. So I would say it was overall just fine. Erica And then the question that was brought up earlier, I believe it was Alex. He wanted to know about blitzing. He says he doesn't think Iowa – was it Alex that brought that up, or maybe it was one of our other callers? Might have been Charles that brought that up. But, Don, I feel like Iowa's blitzing more this year. Do you feel like they are?
I think so.
Is that you believe that's a result of maybe a slight lack of confidence in the back end of that defense paired with the Jaden Montgomery insertion because of Jaden Harrell's injury? Like, are those factors?
Well, to be honest with you, I think the fact that we're going pressure, playing more man, suggests we have more confidence in the back end.
Sure. Okay.
And maybe we feel we're not getting great results with a 4-man rush, so let's go ahead and force the issue a little bit. I think for sure Phil's preference would be to rush 4 all night long and get good pressure.
Right.
It's hard to do that.
Yeah. And Iowa doesn't have a dominant front 4 in the pass rush. Like, they've been really good overall, but they don't really have an edge rusher who's emerged. I thought Max Llewellyn would emerge as this dominant edge rusher. He's been good. He's been solid, right, Don?
We haven't had an AJ Epinesa, though.
We haven't had an AJ Epinesa. Haven't had a Drew Ott. Have not had an Adrian Claiborne. Those types of guys. I think Lucas Van Ness would be the last example of somebody who maybe could have turned into that, but that he heads off to the league a little early. So, yeah, I think Phil's done a pretty good job with blitzing, but it's a give and take. It's a catch-22. They got burned by blitzing late against Indiana in that one. VMS Bigot says 11 days until women's basketball and the return of Kashin, that magical time of the year that we are graced by both her and Dawn on post games. So appreciate that, ma'am or sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And thank you for being a premium member as well. We do appreciate your membership and your super chat. Zach Nixon says, you had a goal to shave the beard. Now it's time to start a goal to grow the beard again. Go Hawks. Sloppy, but a win is a win. Thank you, Zach. So we'll have to set a number to grow the beard back. Let me give that some thought. I don't know that we're going to be able to hit that, but I'll definitely think that through, Zach. And if I recall, yeah, you sport the beard yourself. So, yeah, if I start doing that, people will say, hey, get rid of the beard. So, anyways, all right. Bovis says, wait for it, playoffs. YouTube Sucks wants to know if you use AI at all to help you with analytics. I know the answer to that question is
no.
Rappers and rabbis talk about the Deshaun Lee interception at the 3. Why did we want that to be considered a catch when they were punting? Iowa didn't want that to be considered a catch. That was a review that was called down by the booth, Don. It would have been better for Iowa had it not been considered a catch. Great play by Deshaun Lee, but Iowa did not initiate that review.
Yeah, thankfully it didn't hurt us. It is hard to imagine. That was 3rd down, right?
Yes.
So if it would have been ruled incomplete, they would have had to push punt and probably wouldn't have been able to kill it inside the 5, which is where we took over. But thankfully we got off the goal line, I guess. It didn't come back to bite us, right? Had no effect.
Right. They did get off the goal line. Credit to them for doing that. Kyle says, at the time, being down by 4 or 5 makes no difference. Well, that's not true. I mean, that's not true. You can say that, but there is a difference, a point. I mean, like, a perfect example is they won by 1. I mean, imagine if Penn State was in that situation, they lose by 1. They're like, well, 4 or 5 makes no difference. Well, obviously it does. You see what I'm saying? But, Don, you want to respond to that?
Well, I was simply going to say, you heard Kirk say, well, we have a card. Yeah, they have a card. The only issue with the card, and I've seen those cards, and they're very specific. They'll say down by 4. You might say, well, I think we should just not chase the points. But at some point, they tell you to chase the points, right?
Right.
But even then, and I don't doubt there's a lot of research that's gone into that card, but even then, that's just on average what teams should do. Obviously, if you feel good about 2-point plays, go for 2, right? If it's one of those situations that can go either way.
Yeah, we see great Oregon teams in the past going for 2 in the first quarter.
Right.
because they feel confident that they can get it and they want
got a good play.
Yeah, exactly. So
Bobby up by one if you think that 2-point plays almost a gimme.
and Kyle Hawks, again, this comment on the screen, you're not understanding what I'm saying. He says if you're down 21-16 or 21-17, you still need a touchdown. That is true, but in the third quarter, you've got lots of time. You still got time for multiple possessions. If it was 4 minutes left in the game, yes, you're correct. But the whole substance of this conversation, Kyle, is when they went for 2. Okay, we're not. I understand that 4 versus 5 is the same late in the game when you need a touchdown. It wasn't late in the game. They had 5 minutes left in the third quarter. They had 20 minutes of game time. Just want to make sure we're clear on where we stand on that one.
But after you say that, Corey, I don't doubt that the card said to go for 2.
No, I'm sure it did. I'm not debating that. I think it was. I'm guessing it was the cutoff was close by.
Here's what complicates it all. That's my point. What complicates it all? The card's very specific. If you're down by 4, down by 4, go for 2, and it might say do it all the way up until 5 minutes left in the third quarter. Well, what about 4 minutes? What about 6 minutes?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I was going to say the cutoff. What's interesting is I think they went for 2 the first time with 4:49 left or 4:59 left. So I'm wondering if at 5 minutes that was the cutoff, and they would have said, "Don't go for 2, don't chase the points." But at 4:59 they went for 2. I don't know. Again, it's all about time and score, and I'm just curious. I understand why they did it. It wasn't the worst thing I'd ever seen. I thought it was too early, and I was hoping, man, if Indiana went down the field that last drive, Don, and kicked a field goal, we'd have been talking about it. We'd have been talking about it a lot more than we would have right now.
Yeah. Sometimes if you watch them, Army's an example, because I happen to watch some of Army in Tulane. There's a guy standing near the head coach. He's got this big, thick book, and that's what it is. It's all this analytics. The only problem with it, it's all the games that have been played over the last 10 years or whatever. Who really cares what the average is over the last 10 years? My point is, shouldn't it be based a lot on your team versus the other team? That's really what it amounts to. That's what you hear me say. If you have confidence with a 2-point play, go for 2.
Right.
If you lack confidence, that's another argument for just kicking it.
Yeah, I just can't imagine Iowa feels real confident with 2-point plays right now.
Well, you've heard me say, I made that comment even recently. You find this interesting. And I'm not really talking out of school, but I probably shouldn't talk about it. It's very specific. Maybe I won't say anything other than simply this. I had a conversation with Tim, and it was about 2-point plays. And I mentioned the Wisconsin game you heard me talking about. And the chunk of the joke was, I had 3 2-point plays. I thought, why in God's name would we ever need more than 3? Incidentally, every week before the game on Friday, I would give the quarterbacks a copy of this kind of information, such as 2-point plays, 3 of them listed. Here's the point with the quarterbacks. I would tell them, I want you to list them in the order in which you like them, because they know what their strengths and weaknesses are. And if they feel, simple example, if one guy was a really accurate thrower, he'd pick one. If another guy had a better running component to his game, he'd pick a different one, because the plays require different skill. I had all that information, so if one quarterback's in the game, I know which 2-point play he liked. I've got it transposed on my sheet. And the beauty of that is, if he's in the game, before the play ever goes on the field, he knows what play's coming. It's the one that he chose. Because they're all good plays. But to go one step further, it's the one in which they think they can execute the best. So one quarterback would get this 2-point play. The other quarterback, if he's in the game, he gets another one. And for the sake of argument, if the third one's in, Maybe he picked the third of the 2-point plays. The point is, call the one that they're most comfortable with. And I've got a record of it on my information, so I know what I don't have to call them and say, hey, what do you think? Which one you want? That's already been done. They know which play is going to be in the game. It's the one they preferred. Don't you find that interesting? Maybe that's one reason we converted a lot of 2-point plays.
Good stuff. Barbara, thank you for being a premium member and for staying up late with us. We do appreciate that. And let's see. All right. We're going to go kind of quick fire on some of these callers because they've been on hold a long, long time. Thank you for calling our Iowa postgame. Iowa postgame with Coach Don Patterson, our Iowa Smokehouse call line. Who's on the line? Hello, you're on the air. Hello? Are you hearing anything on your end, Don?
No. It was me, wasn't it?
Caller, are you with us? All right, let's go to our next caller. We'll try to get that caller back, hopefully, because he's been on hold a long time. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame with Coach Don Patterson. Who's on the line?
Hey, it's Chris in Wyoming.
Hey, Chris, we got you.
Good to see you guys. So I just have a couple of comments, and then I have to tell you something that's been bothering me and see what Coach Don has to say about that.
Okay.
Oops.
We got you, Chris.
Okay. So I never like it when we have 2-point, when he calls for a 2-point play. I just never think we're going to score. It's going to work. So that's how I feel about that. But that field goal, that blocked field goal, I really thought he was going to make it. So when it got blocked and then, the outcome, that's when I was screaming. It was like unbelievable. I had to go hang out with the barn cats to calm down. And then I was able to come back in and watch that second half. But I don't fault anybody for that, because there wasn't enough time to run another play and kick a field goal. So I don't have a problem with that. I mean, what happened. Okay. So I'm going to tell you why it was a great game. It was a great game because of the crowd. That crowd was amazing. The energy that the crowd brought to that game, I think, sustained the effort that eventually the team put out. And I also credit our defense for the win, for hanging on at the end and making some incredible plays to stop any potential for a final field goal that Penn State could have had. So that's how I feel about that. And it was a great game because we won in spite of everything. And there were some moments that were absolutely fabulous that I really enjoyed. Okay, so that's what I have to say about the game. Now, this is what's been bothering me, Coach Don, all season. In the past, we always elected to receive in the second half. And now we're not doing that. We're receiving in the first half, the first quarter. And it seems to me that receiving in the second half always worked, because adjustments were made, and it seemed like we would come out in the second half and we'd have a good drive, oftentimes ending in a score. And we're not doing this year. And I'm just wondering how you feel about that.
Well, the only advantage I have is I've done all the research about this. And without getting too much in the weeds, let me just say this. Last year, there were 82 games played in the Big Ten. 70 times, the team that won the coin toss, guess what? They deferred. 70 times they deferred. Only 12 times did they take the ball. But here's the rest of the story. Those teams that won the coin toss and deferred, their record in those 70 games was 30 wins and 40 losses. That's the truth.
Oh.
They had a losing record. It wasn't a small sample. It was 70 games, 30 and 40. I've asked coaches, what do you think the record was in those 70 games? Most coaches, I'm talking about coaches with a lot of background in football, in the Big Ten, they would say, 40 and 30. No, 45 and 25, meaning 45 wins, 25 losses. No, it's actually 30 wins and 40 losses. Let me explain why. In the first quarter, think of it as being like a wrestling match or a boxing match. What do the teams do in the first quarter? They're kind of sizing each other up to see how they're going to be played. And they're more conservative with their play calling in general. Again, all these numbers over 70 games, there's not nearly as many points scored in the second quarter, in the first quarter, as there is the second quarter. The second quarter had much more consequence. So think of it this way. If I win the toss and I take the ball, Corey, what are you going to do to start the game?
I'm going to go with the wind.
You're going to go with the wind. That's right. You know the only problem with that? In the second quarter, when more points are scored, what are you doing? You're playing into the wind. I have the wind at my back in the second quarter because I take the ball to start the game. Think about this. There's another reason to do it. Think about what happened tonight. Kirk won the toss. He took the ball, right? When the second half rolled around, they had the option of taking the ball. And, of course, if they didn't take the ball, people would think they'd be crazy. So they took the ball. Now, Kirk has the luxury of deciding, does he want to win in the third quarter or the fourth quarter? Tonight, because of the weather forecast, the wind was actually listed to be stronger in the fourth quarter than the third. What did Kirk do? He chose to kick into the wind in the third quarter. Why? Because he knew, according to the Weather Channel, the wind's going to be blowing even harder in the fourth quarter.
I didn't even think about the wind.
Yeah. So
I didn't even think about that.
The beauty of taking the ball when you win the toss, now you can decide when do you want to win the second half. It's going to be your call. They're going to take the ball. You get to choose. Would I rather have the win in the third quarter or the fourth quarter? Let me give you some examples. What about an 11 o'clock kick? Is it hard to imagine, Corey, knowing how early that game will finish? Isn't it hard to imagine that the wind won't be blowing harder in the fourth quarter? Because it's a little later in the afternoon, right? But it's not real late. So now let's go to a 3 o'clock kick. Well, now I guarantee you the wind factor is less in the fourth quarter because the wind always dies towards sunset, doesn't it? We all know that.
Yeah.
I had a game when I was at Western. The Illinois State coach said after the game, even the good Lord didn't want us to win today. Did you notice that Western Illinois had the wind in 3 out of 4 quarters? I didn't have the heart to tell him. I knew the wind was going to shift in the second half. So I had the wind in the third quarter. And then when the wind shifted, I had it again in the fourth quarter. That wasn't genius on my part. I just knew what the weather forecast was and took advantage of that knowledge. So again, if you've got a late afternoon kick, the wind factor is less in the fourth quarter. So putting tonight's game into that scenario, if we kicked off at 2:30 or 3, Kirk would logically say, they want the ball, I want the wind because I know the wind effect will be greater in the third quarter than it will in the fourth quarter. Tonight that wasn't true. The wind, I think if you measured it, it was actually blowing a little bit harder in the fourth quarter. You probably noticed that when you left the stadium because you could feel that cold air. And if you look at those stadium flags, those flags off the north end of the stadium, they were standing out. Did you notice all the kickoffs were stronger to the southern end of the field? Why? Because the wind in general was favoring teams that were playing from north to south. They had the wind at their back. So there's a lot more that goes into it than what people realize. Hope that helps.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad I finally asked because it's just been like driving me nuts all season, and I couldn't figure it out. But again, I never considered wind. Oh my gosh, now I feel all right. I'm glad I asked, and I'll adjust my thinking.
Chris,
okay.
we always appreciate hearing from you.
All right, well, go Hawks. Talk to you later.
Thanks, Chris. All right, let's go to our next Iowa Smokehouse caller. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame with Coach Don Patterson. Who's on the line?
Corey, this is Lomansky.
Hey, Lomansky, how you doing, sir?
I don't know what happened before. I was going to give you an accent, but I'll do it in my own voice. You got to stop stressing over these dadgum 2-point attempts. You're going to bust a pipe.
Well, I've been thinking about 2-point. Don and I have had conversations off the air about 2-point plays for a long time. So this isn't, when things happen after I've discussed them with someone, especially Don, when they actually happen in a game, it's like, okay, there it is. So
I'm not being critical, Corey, but you milked that dog dadgum 2-point thing until she was dry.
Well, I don't milk any dog, but
cow. You milk that cow.
You. I'd milk the cow till she's dry, but so would Hayden, right, Don?
Correct.
Say, something struck me this year for the first time in a long time is that you watch the identity of Wisconsin disappear. You have Nebraska a few years ago, can't find their identity. You got North Carolina. I don't know what's going on there, but that's an identity crisis too. And so, Don, you and I remember a long way back, but when I was a young teenager, I sat in Kinnick, and people don't remember that Bob Cummings was a great high school coach before he took the Iowa job. And when we were in Kinnick and they were playing, as a young teenager, I used to turn around when the other team had the offense and talk to people. I talked to people in the stands. Why would I do that? Because their team's going to score, Corey. You don't have to watch other teams score. It happened all the time. But when Iowa had Dennis Mosley, who was probably the best thing we had, we watched the offense because he might get a first down. Everybody stood up and clapped because, man, we got a first down. I guess what I'm driving to, Don, is that in my mind, it's not, and I want to say this respectfully, to me, it's not close, the overall impact of a head coach and their assistants. Hayden's assistants are arguably the best assistants assembled in the history of college football. Kirk assistants are very valuable, but they're not as impactful nationwide. I know Corey's going to argue that about Florida running backs, but here's what I want Don you to talk about. These are both great coaches, and this just dawned on me this year. What style do I prefer? I sure as hell don't prefer the Bob Cummings style. I loved the Iowa style. We beat 2 ranked teams in UCLA and Nebraska when nobody thought we could win. And Hayden was, a Cyclone fan called me and said, I remember when Hayden was telling the press, if we keep them under 42 points, that's a successful game. And in the locker room, Hayden was going, we're going to whip these guys. And I can't remember which team he was talking about, but he was playing psychological warfare. To cut to the question, Don, and I apologize, talk about how we've got 2 great coaches compared to most of the country. They're very, very different. Hayden, you could spot Hayden on the sideline in 2 seconds. You have to look for Kurt because he dresses down. But talk about your knowledge of why they're very much alike and yet different. I think your listeners would really find that fascinating.
Well, I think one reason they both have gotten such good results, Jim Tressel once said this, and he's really correct, talking about how to be an effective head coach. The quote goes like this: they don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. He's talking about players and the effect that their coach would have on them. They don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Kirk and Hayden both demonstrated all the time they care dearly about their players. The players know that. I've always reminded coaches, and sometimes maybe a guy became a head coach, he'd say, give me some advice. I would tell him, you be sure those players understand you're going to treat them like you would your own son, what we call tough love. You're going to care about them. You're not going to be afraid to tell them that you love them, but you're also going to demand that they do well, just as a responsible father would of his own son. And the result, if they know you care about them, they'll run through a wall for you because they know you have their best interest in mind all the time. A good father has that same relationship with his son. Tough love. Meaning I'm going to be a disciplinarian, but I'm going to demonstrate by my acts toward you and by my sacrifice. Think about how much time that I spent helping players to be prepared for games at the expense of having more time with my own daughter. That bothered me a lot of my years. Thankfully, she turned out great anyway, but I got to give her mom so much credit for her development because I wasn't around as much as I would like to have been there. But I had another responsibility, and that was to be a little bit of a father figure to my players. Good coaches, in so many cases, I say this, a good coach is either a lot like a good father, or maybe a good uncle, maybe someone that cares dearly about that person, that player. And they're not afraid to admit it, not afraid to show it. Because if the players know that you care about them and that you love them, they'll run through a wall for you. And they'll believe in you. And they'll trust you. And that's the advantage in coaching. Some coaches earn that trust. Other coaches never get around to earning it. And those are the ones that get fired sooner rather than later.
Anything else, Lemansky, before we let you slide?
I'll finish off with this. Don, when you're sitting in the stands and you're looking across the way, my family had season tickets for 8 years. We used to look to the right and see the water tower down about the 35-yard line. So when you're sitting there, I want you to remember that I'm thanking you tonight for all your recruiting. Thank you for TJ Hall, who's turned out to be a super defensive back, and all that coaching that TJ Hall and our other DB, and think about all these players that have been coached up in 3 or 4 years and now just beat Penn State. And then I thank you for that, Don. And when you look to your left, I think you sit on the scoreboard, not the scoreboard side, the suite side. Right. When you look to your left, don't you see the north end zone?
I do.
You helped build it, Don. Coach Don Patterson helped build that addition to that stadium.
You're very
and how
kind.
many wins has that addition won us football games and brought us fun? You did it, Donnie. That's
well,
it.
It was a labor of love. I was so privileged to coach in Iowa, as you know, all 20 years that Coach Fry coached here. And I'm proud to say I've been retired now for 10 years, and I'm still doing what I can to help Iowa football. And I don't charge them a dime for my time. It's a labor of love. And I think the world of Kirk, and I think the world of all those coaches and so many of those players. And my greatest reward is when I do go to practice once a week, those players are glad to see me there. And so many of them always make a point of saying, hey, Coach, I'm glad you're with us, something along those lines. And I do know, because they tell me, Corey, a lot of those guys do listen to this podcast. They listen because we know we're telling them the truth. And they know we're telling them the truth too. And they enjoy hearing about it. And so much of the time, we're able to say such positive things about them simply because they're the right kind of young men, the kind of young men we can all be proud to have them represent us so well.
Zach, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. I noticed your comment that apparently you've been here for 4 years and not a member. So thank you for doing that. Please join our Discord too, if you're so willing. Blake, thank you for being a premium member and for the super chat. I think Iowa's playing good football right now. They should be a one-loss team. The Indiana game, could it be better? Yes, I'm happy with it per 2021. 2021. Are we equating? I don't know if he's just comparing 2021 to this year, Don, the hot start.
Not sure what he meant by that.
They won 10 games in 2021. So, had there been a 12-team playoff, they'd have made the playoff that year as well. Pepper Larkin, interesting name, says, Corey, you are wrong about the 2-point conversions. It is a relatively low risk. All right, I'm wrong. Pepper set me in my place, Don. There you go. I just love the ultimatums. This is we don't have opinions. We don't have. It's just nope. You're wrong. They're right. I'm right. You're wrong. You suck. I'm great. He's dumb. You're. It's like everything is so black and white. I just don't understand.
This guy's clearly an expert, and I'm trying to think. Where did Pepper Larkin coach? I'm not sure. Not sure who he coached for.
Zach,
he obviously was coach of the year a few times.
Zach, thank you for the super chat. You're right. Razor hasn't touched my face since December 2010. Wow. I think that also marks the last time Iowa made a 2-point conversion. No, actually, our guy Kyle Spence cleared this up. Iowa did have a trio of 2-point conversion success stories in 2020 and then one in 2021. So those are the only, based on what Kyle Spence just told me, those are the only successful 2-point plays for Iowa since beginning of 2017. They had 3 during that weird COVID year. So you can still count them on one hand, but I did clear that up on Twitter because I did say on Twitter, if I'm not mistaken, because I didn't know the official stat, but that was what when I Googled it, when I tried to research it briefly during the game without official stats at my disposal, I saw one conversion. So anyways, yes.
Let me mention, Corey, the thought process I had tonight in the fourth quarter. Think about this. We were on the field with a little less than 5 minutes left, right? And at that point, we have to assume that's our last possession. The good news, we got plenty of time, right? And we're only going to count on one possession. Here's my point. We scored in 2 plays. I flashed back on 2017. Because you remember what happened against Penn State in 2017. We scored in 1 minute, and we left Penn State enough time so that they beat us on the last play of the game. Tonight, they had the time to do that too. But this year's team stepped up and didn't allow it to happen. And that's something we can be proud of because you heard me say before, Corey, talking about selling the idea of it being successful with 2-minute offense. Here's the way I was introduced it. Guys, realize this. If we've been shut out all day long for the first 58 minutes, part of our problem, we were trying to do it on 3 downs. 4th down, if we didn't make a first down, we punted the ball. Or we tried a field goal, whatever. But my point is, we've been trying to do it on 3 downs. Now we got 4 downs. How much easier would it be if you always had 4 downs? Think about how many points you could score if you always had 4 downs. So the point is, you go on the field one last time. I think I told you the story. We're down 10-0 to Missouri State some years ago. We beat them 14-10 on the strength of back-to-back 2-minute offense. And the crazy part, we couldn't score at all for the first 54 minutes. We scored twice at the end of the game. And oh, by the way, twice we converted on 4th down. The extra down didn't make a difference. So the point of me saying that, even though we'd taken the lead, I knew if Penn State understands that they've got the extra down, we still might not be able to hold up. But we did. We survived all 4 downs.
Don, VMS Bigot says, how much of the playbook changes with a fired head coach?
Virtually none in season.
Right.
You know, that book was installed, offense was installed, defense installed back during camp.
Yep.
And there's no, now, you know, a regular or 2, sure. But in general, that playbook hasn't changed. It's that same playbook that James Franklin had back in August.
Bino says, Coach, did Drew have the wind at his back on the 66-yarder?
Yes, he did.
Charles says, Corey, you asked Kirk at his presser who makes the two. Okay, we addressed this. Don, is that how Hayden Fry was? Something tells me no. Head coach makes the call.
John Hayden Fry made the call. And he had a lifetime of experience doing it.
Yeah.
And he very seldom messed it up.
Mr. Sauce says, appreciate the class in recognizing Penn State's situation heading into this game, Corey. Penn State's defense hasn't made a stop to end the game since 2016 Big Ten championship game. Dead serious. They're incapable. Interesting. That's interesting, Don. I mean, obviously, more often than not, they're not in a position where they need to make a stop late.
Right. That's true. That's one reason they haven't done it in a while. They very seldom are in a position where they need to.
Bobby Hansen, the difference between a championship type of coach, Day, and Ferentz that I saw today was Ohio State went for it on fourth downs in their own territory, and we didn't. Playing not to lose never wins at all. That's an oversimplification of something that's a lot more detailed and complicated than that. But okay.
Let's not forget, Penn State went for it on 4th and 1 and failed and gave us really good field position as a result.
Indiana did that a couple of times a couple weeks ago against Iowa and gave Iowa chances to win that game. John Stickrod. Hey, Corey, I was watching your crawler earlier. I've been told that Big Grove's Omaha location is officially open. Did I say it wasn't? I thought I said earlier that it was. Yeah, it's been open for about 3 weeks. So it is open. Big Grove Brewery's new location over in Omaha. And our Big Grove big play of the day today was the 67-yard run from Mark Gronowski, Don. What a play late in the game. Iowa needed it. We talked up and down about how Iowa hadn't had a successful touchdown drive late to win a game in a long time. Does that qualify?
Absolutely.
And they did it with a 67-yard run for Mark Gronowski, and it was followed up by a touchdown.
I would count it simply, Corey, because the odds are we're not going to get another possession.
Right.
We got to make that one count. The clock's under 5 minutes. We're not likely to get a second chance. It's either now or never.
Big Grove's big play of the day. And Charles Parr, a lot of critics say this is the best O-line in the Big Ten, might be the best in the country. Maybe. I don't know. I don't watch 130-some FBS teams. I did see Jennings Dunker get beat at least once today. You'll see it on the –
I would think it's very presumptuous to say we have the best O-line in all of FBS football. There's a lot of other good offensive lines too.
Stefano says, Don, would it be allowed to have a player defend behind the kicker on a very long field goal?
The only problem with that is your protection would be compromised.
It's true. Let's see. Sam says, what about the late hit on Norwegian return? The horrible announcers said the guy, why is everybody calling the announcers horrible? It was Michael Robinson and Paul Burmeister. Are they that bad? I don't understand why we're so anti-Peacock.
I will admit, when I saw the replay, I said to Lisa, I said, well, our guy got pushed into him a little bit.
Yeah, there was, maybe he didn't need to lead through Weegan like he did, but that's what the Reggie, whatever his name is, the rules analyst on Peacock said. Charles says, have to ask Don what the big ring keeps flashing on his hand. What's the big ring on your hand, Don? Is that a...
Well, it's funny you mention it. They make them a lot bigger nowadays, but it's big enough.
Oh. Is that a Gateway championship?
No, that is a Big Ten championship.
Oh, okay.
My favorite ring. This is 1985.
1985.
I won it lately because we had our reunion a couple of weeks ago, as you know.
Will you ever auction that off?
Never. And I like to say this. The beauty of these rings, I don't care how much money you have. If you go out and buy one, you have to earn it. You got to be able to survive an entire football season with conference play to get one of these. They don't give them out. You have to earn them. And I have 5 championship rings, and I'm very proud of all 5 of them. I very seldom wear them, but here lately I've been wearing it simply because I was wearing it for the reunion.
Kyle says, does Coach see an overall issue with special teams on protection, on punts, and field goals?
no more than it's impossible to guarantee you're never gonna get a punt or a kick blocked.
Yeah.
Simply because the protection might be okay, except the punter's simply a little bit slow to get the ball off. You heard me say, Corey, the cutoff's 2.0. If you're 2.1, you're inviting a block punt. I don't care how good the protection is. At some point, you're too slow. And you could argue the same thing with field goal, of course. If the ball's low, that's not a great field goal rush. That's a low kick. It's about the trajectory of the kick. So don't blame the protection. So it's hard to, if you can guarantee every kick was with a lot of elevation, and we were always going to get the ball off on time, then and only then would I say we should never have a field goal attempt blocked. The ball's up high, the ball's off in a hurry, you can't get it off the edge, and you can't get it with a jump rush either.
Kyle, did we lose Tom and the other Corey? Like, did we actually outlast those guys?
That's the first time I've ever seen that happen.
That's pretty unbelievable, especially the other Corey, but Tom too, because Tom is a late night guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, they literally gave up. And I hate, I'm not trying to make light of people trying to call in and give up, but that's amazing. Let's go to our final.
Yeah,
person
they
on the
literally
phone
gave
line.
up.
Thank you for
Thank
you for calling our Iowa Smokehouse line.
Call it and give up.
I hear myself. Who's
That's
on the
amazing.
line?
Let's go to our final. Yeah, they literally gave up.
Hello.
Thank you for calling our line.
Hello.
Hey, you're on the air with Coach Patterson.
Oh, all right. Hey, I just wanted to bring up, I believe the last 2-point conversion was in 2023 against Western Michigan, Cade McNamara to Eric All.
Okay, you're right. I said, what did I say? I think I said 2021. It was 2023. You're right. So they had 3 in 2020 and then the 1 in 2023. Good catch. Yep. They said, according to Kyle, they're 4 of 16 from 2017 to, well, did you count this year, Kyle? Your numbers didn't count this year. So 2017 to 2024, they were 4 of 16. And then have they had any attempts besides tonight, Kyle?
No.
Maybe they had 1. Did they have 1 earlier this year?
I don't remember. I can't remember any specific ones.
Maybe they didn't, but they're at least 0 for 2 this year.
4 of 18 then.
4 of 18 since 2017.
Since 2017?
Yep.
Yeah, so obviously not great, but yeah, probably one of Cade's best accomplishments as a Hawkeye. So,
okay.
Okay.
And then the other part I wanted to bring up was the field goal attempt. Not so much on the decision, but were you guys surprised that he let him kick from that distance?
Not really.
I wasn't.
Not knowing about Drew's leg. It's not like it's unheard of for a coach to do that. I mean, Matt Campbell let his kicker do it a few weeks back, and that kid made it from 65. I wouldn't have been shocked if Drew made it from 65. It's, as we've talked about in the last few hours, it's a fluky thing for a kick like that, not just to get blocked, but then be returned. I would have no problem with them doing it again next week. Kirk's not going to do it, but I would have no issue with it.
Yeah, I was more so surprised that he let him attempt it because, in the past he just hasn't, let him attempt it from that far. I think the furthest I've seen him try from is from 58.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think Kirk did regret a couple of years ago not giving Drew an opportunity. No, I'm sorry, it was last year. Not giving Drew an opportunity to kick from 70 against State, and they went Hail Mary with Cade, and Cade didn't have the arm to get there anyways. And they should have gone field goal, and I think Kirk regrets that. But this was a different situation. End of game. But I get what you're saying, caller, about this being conservative and Kirk being Kirk, but he knows what Drew is capable of and his leg strength. And that's why NFL scouts are still very interested in Drew Stevens. Say what you want about some accuracy problems, and they've had some issues with the unit as a whole this season. He's high on the board.
Yeah, I agree. I just think that if he had gotten like 5 yards closer, a difference between 61 and 66.
Yeah, no, I think they could have
Probably
ran
have a better chance of making it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they should have run another play. I mean, I think you get third down, you got 6 seconds, run a quick out, try to get out of bounds. Even if there's 1 second left, if you're out of bounds, that stops the clock. So you can get a quick out pattern in 4 seconds, right, Don? 4 or 5 seconds. I mean, I know you're playing with fire, so to speak, but at the same time, you're already up 10-7. So let's just see if we can get 5 more yards to make it a 61 versus a 66-yarder. I have no problem with that argument.
Yeah, the previous throw, I think I mentioned, Corey, the corner was pretty aggressive on the previous play. It was a simple out route, right?
Yes.
And he didn't pick it, but he was closer than I wanted him to be. I'll say it that way.
Oh, yeah. And then just last thing here is that, I wanted to give credit to the O-line for just their protection this year. Mark this year has taken the same number of sacks over 7-game season as old Dylan Raiola did Friday night against Minnesota.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. And that was against I think, an average Minnesota front. But, hey, we're going to see next week. We're going to see if Iowa gives up a number of sacks against that Minnesota defense. They looked a lot, but they should have Iowa's attention, Don. That's a Minnesota team that I haven't thought was very good at a couple of points. Going out to Cal and getting destroyed by an average at best Cal Bears team. But then, they kind of got blown out by Ohio State. But, boy, beating Nebraska was impressive. So they should have Iowa's full attention next Saturday.
Yeah, I believe the last time they were in Kenny, they managed to win too, didn't they?
Well, win or
stolen from us, but they won.
They didn't win, Don. They didn't win.
Anything else, caller?
Yeah. What's this?
No, that's pretty much it. Let's home and go Hawks.
Go Hawks. Appreciate your call, sir. All right, Blake, thank you for the super chat. Meant I'm more confident in this team than when they beat Penn State in 21. I think 3 versus 4. Okay. Iowa wins after that game. Then they get beat by Purdue and then, of course, Wisconsin. Sure. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, Blake. And Zach, thank you for the super chat. I think I already read this one, but appreciate you donating nonetheless. Excuse me. I can't even talk now. This is what happens at 1:20. I start to shut down. My brain starts to.
I've got some math to do for you, Corey, too. So.
It won't happen. Steve B says, if I was Wisconsin, I would hire Franklin. And if I was Franklin, I'd try to bring the Penn State roster to Wisconsin. I think that's
That's interesting.
I think Franklin at Wisconsin would be fascinating.
That would be.
Don,
man.
It's a pretty good idea. I think it's a really good idea.
That's good.
Erica, does anyone know?
Sure it's not high on their list.
Why? Why wouldn't Franklin be high on Wisconsin's list?
Because he couldn't beat a team in the top 20, hardly ever. Right?
The guy just took him to a college football playoff last year. He's won a Big Ten title. They competed in the Big Ten East. Wisconsin should be thanking their lucky stars if a coach like Franklin is interested in that job with how they've run that program into the ground these last 2 years, Don.
And the lack of support.
Yeah, exactly. Franklin would be
it's way more on the side of I wouldn't take that job if I was Franklin.
Yeah.
Then Wisconsin wouldn't want him.
Yeah, I agree. Erica says, does anyone know if Ostringa will be able to get a medical red shirt? He should be able to. Well, first of all, he never redshirted, so he has a red shirt, even if it's not a medical red shirt. Mm-hmm. He played in 2 games this year. So you're playing up to 4 and still keep your red shirt. So we'll see on decision from him.
What year is he right now on his clock, Corey? Do you know?
He's a senior.
So he have 1 year left?
Yes. Yep. Lisa, you know who else are warriors? Corey and Don for keeping the community alive. Hit that like button for them. So
almost my math will get us to the 4-hour mark.
All right. What do you got, Kyle? Thanks for calling our Iowa Smokehouse line.
You're welcome. Don, you may appreciate this. I was just waiting around to get on here. as some of you know, I happen to coach golf, and it's very different to coaching football, but I think there are a lot of parallels. And one of the things that we deal with in golf is expected outcomes, expected results, all those kinds of things. So there's a system called strokes gained, and basically the premise of the system is that there is roughly a precise statistical outcome that or target that we're going to pick that is ideal over all other outcomes. So for example, right, if you aim directly at a pin with water that's 5 yards off the edge of the green, and you know, say half of the expected results are in the water, right, even though half are on the green, it's going to jack up your expected strokes to finish the hole from there. So there you would be able to find essentially a target that would be statistically ideal. And regardless of how your emotions feel about picking that target, right, it may feel very conservative or it may feel very aggressive. There's still a statistically correct outcome that if you make the correct decisions over long enough periods of time, you will more times than not get the outcome that you're looking for, basically. So the whole premise of golf and really sports analytics in general is to take emotions out of it and say, okay, is there actually a factually correct decision here that I can come to that will take away any poor judgments I might make in the heat of the moment, right? So this is all very rough, and it's not, you know, there's nothing exact about it, but I want to show people a little bit of what that looks like. So I'm going to just go through this real quick. Is that big enough? I probably need to make that bigger, don't I? Let's see. So if we take, for example, the 2-point conversion early in the game, right? Point afters are about 94% nationally, and 2-point, this is just what I could find on a quick Google search. They're about 94% nationally. 2-point conversions are about 43% nationally. So if you're going for 1 point and you have a 94% chance to convert it, you have about 0.94 expected points. If you're going for 2 and you have a 43% chance, you have about 0.86 expected points. So there is a gap there, right? And that's why, you know, consistently every team will kick the extra point because the expected point total is higher, even in the age of analytics. But it's not a massive gap to the point where going for 2 in a situation where you think there's some benefit is worth it. Now, granted, number one, I agree with Corey, too early in the game. I would not have gone for 2 in that situation. And the reason why is because it's specific to Iowa. So Drew has a 99% make rate on extra points for his career. From what I could find, he's missed 1 out of like 85 or 86. So for him, it's about 0.99 points expected. And again, I know that the reality of Iowa going for 2 is not that they're going to have a 22% conversion rate, but over the last decade, they've had a 22% conversion rate. They're well below average, which is 43%. So let's just say it's a 22% conversion rate. Maybe it's somewhere in the 30s, but it's not much higher than that. That would leave them with 0.44 points expected. So basically, you're going to have to ask yourself, is it worth giving up a half a point on average to obtain the outcome that I want? And I would say, yes, it is worth giving up a half a point to get the outcome that I want, if and only if I am certain that the game is going to come down to 1 more drive, right? This is why we don't like when they go for it this early, because there's a possibility that even if you go for it and get it, it won't necessarily provide you a super big advantage. So giving up that half a point is only really worth it if you know that the result that you're going to gain is a certain strategic outcome, that there's a finite amount of clock left in the game, that you will definitely get that outcome. So that's the extra point. If you go to the 66-yard field goal, this was the one that I was really more kind of certain about, was, again, you have an X% chance to make, and I'll actually let you guys fill this one in. Roughly the percentage chance that I could find for Penn State to block and return for a touchdown, based on some of the college football analytics websites, was about 1 to 2%. If you're an elite kick blocking team from a long field goal range that was outside of 50. So even say it's 2%, right? So if you don't kick the field goal and you just take a knee, you have 0 points for expected and you have 0 points against expected. So you have 0 net points, obviously. If you kick it from 66, then you would just enter in that same thing. So say it's a 2%, which the analytics website said 2% was an absolutely elite block and return for touchdown rate. That would leave you 7 times 0.02, which would give you 0.14 points against expected. So all that Kirk has to do to justify making that decision to kick the field goal is he has to say, is there a greater than 5% chance of Drew making the field goal? Because if there's a 5% chance of him making the field goal, then you do 3 times 0.05 and you get 0.15 points for expected, which would more than cancel out the points against expected, right? I happen to believe that he has a higher chance of 5% because I've seen him kick in person. I've seen him in warmups make from 70. I would maybe put that kick at 10 or 15%, which at that point you're talking, 0.45%, 0.45 points for expected, which would be not even a close decision, right? But even if you only think it's an 8 or 10% kick, there's still more points for expected than points against expected. So that's why, from a numbers, and again, I don't know, Don, if this is stuff that you guys go through, but for me as a golf coach, right, when players are in tournaments or I'm caddying for a player, I'm coaching a player, you make decisions. I mean, this is the reason that these systems exist. There's a reason people use them. It is to take the emotion out of the decision and say, oh, like Kirk in the past, I would say, has been somebody that has played it overly safe, right? So you would say that there was a situation possibly where going for it on 4th and short would produce more points than it would take away, right? And Kirk hasn't gone for it. That's why I've been upset. But the point of these systems is to say, okay, we've got this outcome, we've got this outcome. And if we can figure out roughly what the percentages are, we can come to a correct decision. We can find a right and a wrong. And I think on the 2-point conversion, I think, again, it's time of the game. It's a decision that you make. That one's maybe not so cut and dry. I still think the numbers would say you don't go for it because specifically Iowa has a bad track record there. I think the 66-yard field goal is fairly straightforward. I think you go for that all day, every day, which is, again, why I'm with Corey. If they have that same situation next week, I would go for it and not be deterred by this week because, again, for me, right, I might pick a target on the golf course that results in that should result in a statistically better outcome. But just because I hit one crappy golf shot, right?
But Kirk did vehemently say, that's on me. That was stupid.
Yeah, I'm saying he's wrong for saying that. I'm saying he's not stupid.
In this situation, I would rather, I'd rather Kirk say, yeah, wait, it happened.
Correct. Because again, when I'm playing a round of golf, right, if I have this is a mistake people make all the time, right? Don, how many times have you played with somebody and early in a round on a hole that was fairly wide open and had some limited amount of trouble, somebody pulled a driver and hit one very bad shot that was unlike them, and that shook their confidence with driver for the rest of the day, right? When I see that as a coach, it just grinds my gears because every time you give up 10 yards, right, you're giving up 0.1 shots, which basically, to simple it down, means that in 1 out of 10 holes, if you give up 10 yards off the tee, you're giving up a shot in 1 out of 10 holes. So every time you give up driver, you're giving up an advantage for no reason. And when people do what Kirk did, right, which is make the mistake of having one very, very bad outcome, which they did. I'm not, denying that. It was a horrible outcome. It changed the game. Completely agree. But when you have one horrible outcome, even though you made the statistically correct decision, if you react to that one bad outcome and say, okay, well, I'm never taking the risk on again, you're going to hurt yourself in the long run because, again, statistically speaking, those outcomes are so rare that you can't live in fear of them, essentially, right? Those are the types of decisions that differentiate on the PGA Tour, right? Those are the type of decisions that differentiate a Bryson DeChambeau, a Scotty Scheffler from the rest of the field, because the rest of the field will not take those shots on once they do them poorly once, right? You've seen players in major championships that are unproven that make a mistake early in the final round of a tournament and they play conservative the rest of the day, right? Scotty Scheffler, he makes a mistake on hole 2 at the Masters in the final round. Well, he's, on 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, he's going right back after it, right? He's making the same decisions. He's not changing, right? So that's, again, when Kirk reacted like that, the words that he said, I thought were specifically bad for that reason. Because again, if you're making the correct decision, stand by it regardless of the outcome. That's my point.
Well, I do like accountability. I'm glad
I do too. I do too.
Under the bus.
What I would rather have had him say is it was a terrible outcome and I take responsibility for it because it was my decision, but we made the right call. Even though it was a bad decision. Because it is. It is. And by the way, if you don't say that, looking at some of right, Corey, what percentage would you give Drew to make that field goal?
I actually think it's probably, I mean, with a line, I'd say it's more like 15%.
Okay. What would you say, Don?
Number came to mind for me was 1 out of 5. 20%.
5. Okay. So if it's 15%, right? We replace those numbers, we get 0.45 points for expected. And then if it's 0.2, right? I mean, we're at this point, if you think if it's 15 or 20%, like to me as a coach, I look at this, right? Say it is 20%, right? You're looking at a situation where you've got 0.6 points for expected and 0.14 points against expected. It is utter insanity not to take that on at that point out of fear. That is like insane level conservatism.
Sort of like, honestly, it's sort of like to a different extent, I guess. But 2 years ago, like I've said before, I do think Kirk regrets not giving Drew that opportunity at the end of the Iowa State game. I keep saying 2 years ago. It was last year.
Yeah.
But they went for a Hail Mary, and I think we can all agree there was a much better chance that Drew would make a 70-yard field goal than Cade was going to throw a Hail Mary, and then they were going to figure out a way to lateral it and whatever else. I don't know what the numbers would say on that, but to me that wasn't even close.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that you can't, there's not room, like again, on the 2-point conversion, that you have an expected number of points. There's a conversation to be had about situational football, time left in the game, all those sorts of things. That is not necessarily a pure numbers thing, right? We can have that argument. But what I would encourage people to do is when they're thinking about these things through the course of the game, right? This is what I'm doing as somebody that coaches people, is try to come up with in your head, like, okay, if I put this percentage on this outcome and this percentage on this outcome, and I do the expected points, is it close? And if it's not close, like in this situation right here, you can't get upset about one bad outcome. It sucks. I get it. It's horrible. But as a coach, you move on. That is a move to the next play moment, because if you're looking at your numbers and you think it's anywhere near something like this, it's crazy not to try. It's crazy.
But you heard, I'm just saying, you heard Tom Kakert earlier tonight say that Kirk was actually getting emotional.
Yeah.
Because I guess because of the regret he has over that decision.
I would love for him to tell me what he thinks the percentage was on Drew's field goal, and if he saw that, what he would say about it. Because I think
he's not an analytics guy, right, Don? Like he may have a card that he uses.
I mean, he can say that, but I wasn't an analytics guy until I started doing this either, and I've turned out to be a huge analytics guy because it made me better. Like I've like, it turned me from a very average college golfer to basically a top 50 or 60 player in the country to a professional golfer. So,
all right. So I'm going to address real quick. Maureen Rosen, thank you so much for your donation. Very much appreciated. And I wanted to make sure that was displayed here. Very much appreciate your support, your kind support. And then she adds, thanks, Corey, Don, and Kyle. So, and then Morgan, thank you. Exactly. An injury and turnover. They're undefeated. I know those things happen, but it seems like their abilities warrant quite a bit more respect than what has been given. Added that just because I thought it was an on-point comment. Hawkeye 6159. I'm still watching. Corey decided to fix some supper. So thank you. Brandon Burr says, I disagree with that low percent of Penn State being able to block that very low record-reading field goal. When you have tall, huge defensive line people.
That's not the point.
That have verticals. I think the record distance on that field goal sends that percentage way up versus they
have to block it and return it for it to count, though. That's the thing.
Has blocks kicks in 3 straight games.
Yeah. I mean, you could triple the percentage and it's still a good decision.
Good stuff. Don, you any questions for Kyle?
What do you think about that as a coach, Don? Because that golf is so analytical now that to me those things are cut and dry. But I'm curious.
Well, my favorite class at West Point was a class called Probability Statistics. And I've been accused of being a card counter in blackjack, but I'm not. But I do know probabilities again. And I know what's a play that makes sense versus one that doesn't. So I believe in it. Numbers don't lie. They really don't.
Yeah.
All right. Zach Nixon. Don, can you read this comment to the fine folks who are still watching? Read Zach's comment.
My wife just said, "Are you seriously still watching this? It's been 4 hours." She doesn't get it.
My wife says, "Are you seriously still on this?" That's what she says.
Oh, it's time to go to bed, folks. But Zach, that comment's great. I love it. So, folks, Iowa defeats Penn State 25-24. Let me just real quickly, because I said like 3 hours ago, Don, I said I'm going to run through my notes for the final three quarters. We never did that. So, second quarter, I had noted Penn State was really moving the chains. What did you think of the Jonah Pace targeting call that got overturned?
It looks a little bit sketchy to me. Oh, I'm sorry, it didn't get overturned. That's right.
It did get overturned.
Yeah, I thought it was a dubious call.
The only thing I said about it is by definition of the rule, that's targeting. And the rules analyst for Peacock said the same thing. And I was surprised it got overturned.
Huh. Okay.
Because it's crown of the helmet. I mean, I don't like the rule because the guy's sliding down, and I don't think Jonah Pace can do a whole lot about it. But by definition, I've seen that called targeting over and over and over again. The rule stinks, the way it's defined, the way it's instituted, etc. How about the diving interception from Deshaun Lee? We mentioned it would have been better for Iowa had that been ruled incomplete. About 3rd and 4 in the second quarter, Gronowski slides too soon. They get 4th and 1 because he slides too soon at the start of his slide. He's got to become a running back in that situation, Don. That's the hesitancy I was talking about with Mark. It's 3rd down, critical down. He's got to go head first in there.
Well, and you always heard me say, on 3rd down, you just became a running back.
He did not on that play, Don. And they ended up
the way he said, of course, made the difference, too. His feet were out in front.
Right.
And you know what they say, they always have a way out. Well, we're going to mark it where you begin your slide.
Right.
Well, good luck with that being in your favor, including one. I think it's a bad spot, but I understand based on what they say.
Yeah, I thought it was the right call. When he did it, I said, oh, crap. He started sliding too soon.
And here's the rest of that story. If it's 1st or 2nd down, we don't care. But on 3rd down, we sure as hell do.
Actually, kind of like a slide on second.
Yeah, we're trying to protect the quarterback.
Well, no, that, and I like 2nd and 1. I like 2nd and 1. I like 3rd and 1. Right? We call that a waist down, Don.
I agree.
Okay.
There's no such thing as a waist down.
All right. Kirk Ferentz punts on 4th and 1. And then, of course, the disaster there at the end. After Iowa got the interception from Xavier Wampa, that, returned the ball down inside the 5. They convert the touchdown. Then they give up 66-yard field goal block return for a touchdown. Halftime, Penn State 14, Iowa 10, even though Penn State's offense felt like it didn't do anything. They led to 10. Third quarter, a really impressive touchdown drive that led with the Katron Allen touchdown. They were just moving the ball steadily. They really ran the ball effectively in that second half, seemed to wear Iowa down. We saw Jaden Harrell come in at middle linebacker for a stint. So it looks like he's at least back to relative health. And then in the fourth quarter, the Iowa touchdown from Mark Gronowski. I think that was the first one that I had noted here. And then Penn State was held to the field goal. Then Iowa was able to get the big play from Gronowski that ends up in a touchdown, and the defense holds on 4th down to end the game, and it's 25-24. So those were my notes, Don. But
Can I just say one thing, Corey?
Sure, go ahead.
As as stressful as that game was, and as we wish we would have run Indiana and Iowa State. I think everybody recognizes those two games are on the table. One of the things I was thinking about today, because we've all heard the stat about Penn State and FBS opponents, right? They haven't beaten an FBS opponent. It's crazy to me. They're 3-4 right now, and they're 3-0 against the FCS, and they're 0-4 against the Power Four. And their next two games are what is it, at Ohio State and then Indiana, or vice versa. Maybe it's at Indiana and Ohio State. So the number 2 preseason team in the country is going to likely get to November before they have an FBS win.
Yeah.
Isn't that insane?
Yeah.
I mean, is that not one of the most crazy, ridiculous, like, belly flops in the history of college football?
Well, you said FBS win. Really what you're saying is Power 4 win, right?
Well, who were the, let me look up the first 3 points.
They played a MAC team.
Oh, they did. That's right. Yes. Yeah. So yeah.
Maybe
So one MAC win, 2 FCS wins.
Shame on you. Shame on you.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Dirty dog.
I forgot about the MAC at 145. How could I?
Quick thank you to James Rowden. James, thank you for the donation on Venmo. Appreciate that. How about them Hawkeyes? He says, shout out to you and Don for the best coverage out there. Thank you, James. We appreciate hearing that. I know you do as well, Don.
Absolutely.
Iowa, Minnesota this next Saturday. We'll get an announcement on time, I think, tomorrow. And
was it Tom that said that there's no more night games? Is that true?
No, somebody else said that. But it's not going to be a night game. It's going to be either 11 or 2:30.
But is it like, are they out of night games for the rest of the year? Is that
someone
correct?
said that?
I don't know what they're.
Somebody said Chris Hassel said that. I haven't heard that. But I guess if
there's not. I mean, because Oregon. I mean, Oregon. If Iowa wins against Minnesota and
Oregon's
wins,
probably
Oregon's a big noon, right?
Big noon, probably. I don't know what the lineup. It just depends on what the lineup is, and But yeah, I could see that being big noon, or it could be a CBS. Iowa hasn't had a CBS mid-afternoon game either.
That's true. That's true.
So, how was your mom's chili?
There's no chili tonight. It was hamburger bowls.
You guys went over to your folks' place, right?
We did. We play. Actually, I played golf today for the first time in 3 months. So
okay.
Yeah. The wrist injury is. It's not fully healed. I'm swinging like 75%, but my dad's leaving for Ireland on Wednesday, so we wanted to get one more round in at Finkbine before they blow it up. And by the way, your inspiration at 147. If you have anything you want to achieve, I'm just saying this because of the experience I had today. If you have anything you want to achieve in any arena in your life at all, consider setting aside time to visualize. Okay. I did not play golf for 3 months. I had no way to practice. I couldn't even hold a club for the first 2 months. I sat in my bed at night and on my couch with specific laid out time to visualize. And I came out today after having not played for 3 months and having not touched a club or practiced for 3 months and shot 67. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying that all I did during that point was visualize. And there are studies out there. Huh?
Where'd you play?
Finkbine.
Oh, I thought Finkbine was shut down. I thought they were.
No, we got two more weeks. They've got the bulldozers out, but no, they do. They're they're renovating, right?
Yeah, I'm aware. That's why I said that they were going to shut it down. Yeah,
yeah, in November 1st or 2nd. But anyways, they're literally the bulldozers are on property. They're gonna start. They're sitting on the edge of a hole on 14.
They're going to start.
They're going to start tearing it up in 2 weeks. Yeah, and then they're going to start reshaping everything. So it's crazy. But if you wanna do something, start visualizing. It's the power of visualization is incredible.
All right, Brandon reminds us that Erica wanted that Hayden Fry story. Don, you got one for us?
At this time of night, I really don't.
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll try to. You think of one, and when you and I talk, when we talk later this week about Iowa, Minnesota, and we'll talk later this week at some point about Iowa, Minnesota, Don. We'll see if we can get a quick, maybe an Iowa, Minnesota story from Hayden Fry.
Erica, I'm sorry, but I think you'll agree it's kind of late to be very offended.
Already in bed.
Only a little.
She's already asleep, so who cares? She's already asleep.
Eric, I promise we'll come up with a story.
Folks, Iowa defeats Penn State 25-24. For Coach Don Patterson, the guy in between us is Kyle Spence. I'm your host, Corey Bratta. This is from the Hawkeye of the Storm. Have a great night. Get some sleep. We'll talk to you Sunday.